Hello, hello. How is everyone doing today? How is everyone doing today? Vision Pulsed Fat Boy, you did tell me, and my short is absolutely printing. My friends, we're about to find out what happens when the only buyer of Bitcoin stops buying and starts selling. Let's find out. Let's find out. What is up? Yo, excited about the drop. Let's go from Norway. Hello, my man Jacob. Hi. Hello, everyone. Hello from Thailand. Long time 102. Thailand is beautiful. Semi. Sup, Maddie, checking in. Hello. Good morning from Denver. Big huggies. My man. Good to see you, tech developer, as well. It's going to leak to the high 68K zone, says Vision Pulsed Fat Boy. Matt, my friend, I picked the wrong week to go on vacation. Well, realistically, if you've been short for quite some time, you picked a great week to go on vacation because you're just rolling in the profits and you just sit on your hands. Good morning, good peeps. Good morning. Nanto Corp, you're low-key giggling, aren't you? I mean, look, job's not finished. Job is not finished. Guys, when Bitcoin was above 80K, I was telling you that it's a bear market rally. We've talked about it multiple times. I was in my short, I kept adding, and as you know, I am a swing trader. Sometimes on the stream, we take a couple of scalps here and there, but the reality is, in line with our expectations, not only do I think that, or not only are we seeing Bitcoin dumping, but I believe we will be going below 60K again. Now the question is, when? When? Because we're still $9,000 away. And believe me, we'll be covering it on the channel as we go. But stream is lagging. Sorry, guys. Should be good now if you just refresh. Much love from South Africa, bro. Absolutely awesome. Hello from Estonia. Nice. I've never been to Estonia, but I hear it's lovely. 69% chance Bitcoin drops below 60K according to Kalshi. Well, hello from Kenya. Yaz Shah, my man. 500K trade done. Nice. Now upcoming 10 million bull market. That is correct, my friends. So you can see here that yesterday on stream, I took a little bit more profits from my Bitcoin short because we were at a good level to take profits. So $380,000 realized, $140,000 unrealized, but we have finally exceeded the $500,000 level. But I'm not taking full profits yet. And it's simply because I think that Bitcoin is headed lower. On the higher time frames, that is. If you tuned in to, can't hear you, bro. Can you guys hear me? I think there's a bit of a delay. Hello from Slovenia. Hello, my man. Greece. Lovely. So if you guys tuned into yesterday's live stream, I actually took a long, but at the end of the live stream, we had enough favorable price action for me to say, hey guys, I'm moving my stop loss to break even, and I took some profits from the trade. So if I scroll down here, this is my other exchange that I'm using on weeks. You can see close long, and I've secured just around $1,500 in realized profits, but the rest of that trade officially closed out. Obviously, I was hoping for more, but my position was protected, no stress. So I'm in multiple Bitcoin shorts at this point. You can see that this is the one that we took on the stream, man, a couple weeks ago when we had that Clarity Act pump. Guys, when you pump into these major events and everyone gets very excited, and you see tweets like, I'll give you an example, and this had a lot of bears stressing out. You see tweets like, the Clarity Act is about to pass and you're not bullish, you're not going to make it. And you see these kinds of narratives, and it's just unbelievable, because what happens is what always happens. We pump up into the event and we dump massively. How many people called for 85K? How many people called for 90K? How many people called for 100K? How many people said, guys, as soon as we surpass $100,000, the floodgates will open and it's going to be all-time high imminent? Remember the scenario that we discussed on the live stream. Remember, sorry, not the scenario, just how bear markets tend to play out. On the first drop in the bear market, we have everyone saying that we're effectively going to bounce back up. We have maybe 10% of the market, 10% of the market that says, hey, this is the start of the bear market. 10%. And I was open to all possibilities here after the liquidation events. I was open to it. I was saying, guys, we have to see how the structure develops here to see whether or not this is bullish or bearish, because we've seen some aggressive wicks historically where we just V-shape. So I was a bit skeptical here, even though I took a short at $123,000 and I made some profits on the way down. But I was a little bit skeptical as to whether or not that was the confirmed top. Could we have another sweep maybe? 10% of the market bearish, 90% still bullish. It's just a dump. We're going to come back. Then we had this massive move to the downside. We dropped all the way down to around $80,000 for Bitcoin. And then on the way up here, I want to say that around 30% of the market believed, hey, the bear market started. By this point, after the 123K short, I was pretty confident that the bear market has started. But we still played this long to the upside. This was a massive swing position, multiple six figures on that one as well. Then, don't have to repeat myself on this one, but I will because the trade is right in front of you. That's where I went giga short all the way down, and I took profits at $63,000. So keep in mind, on this move up, we still had about 30% of the market. These are just estimates that were 30% of the market that was like, hey, we are in a bear market, 70% bullish. Now that we hit this zone, this was an interesting one because we had approximately 50-50 here. And actually, I would like to say that when Bitcoin came back down to around this 65K low after going all the way up to $76,000, that most people flipped bearish. So I think we were looking at 60% of the market bearish, 40% bullish. Then we had this big move to the upside, which is normal in Bitcoin bear markets. And then we were looking at approximately 50-50, I would say maybe 55 bullish. And now we're finally seeing the tides turn. And what this means is the next massive leg down is likely going to be the final massive leg down. But it doesn't have to come from here. I'm just keeping it extremely realistic. It doesn't have to come from here. I know this is ugly price action. I know we're making money on the way down. Again, nothing that I discuss on the channel should be construed as financial advice. I'm just some random guy on the internet sharing all of his own personal trades and his overall market analysis. But with that being said, there's a chance, and we've seen this historically, that Bitcoin sweeps these lows at $60,000. Maybe we only sweep the 65K lows. And then going into summer, we see something like this. Just chop, 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 building up some liquidity. And then we have one final drop, which forms that bear market bottom. So there's a lot of ways that this can play out. I just position myself from a probabilistic perspective, and all of the trades that you're seeing here, you know what I'm about to say, shared for free within my community. If you want to join, DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram. It's very, very simple and it's free because you're trading with your own money. So the way that it works, if you're new to the channel, is you sign up with one of these affiliate exchange links, you start trading on there as you normally do, and you get access to the group after you've signed up and you start trading. So I'll share that here in the chat once more. And so I still firmly believe that Bitcoin is headed lower, but the question is, can we get a cheeky little bounce? Because I'm really well positioned from a shorting perspective. We've talked about this, and now it's just about looking for a couple of hedges in this market. And one of you made a very good observation. Why would I hedge in Bitcoin when I could potentially hedge in a stronger asset like Hype? Because if Bitcoin gets a bounce, it's highly likely that Hype moves higher from here. So it's something that I am considering here. On an interesting bouncing level for Bitcoin, I just may have to take a Hype long. But we'll see how this develops because we're currently breaking the trend. And that's that. Let's go through some comments. Sad because those of us that have our own account like that, our own account, and also like your channel may not want to change accounts. Forced on me, my man, it's the smallest thing to ask, really is. I don't promote an exchange that I don't trust and that I don't use myself in Bluffin. And it's really easy. If you already have a Bluffin account, guys, just make a new one. It's not that difficult. You make a new one with one of the links, transfer your funds over, and it really is as easy as that. It's not just access to the free community, but you also get tons of rewards distributed every week to your account, depending on how much you're trading. If you are a big trader, this is totally worth it. And we're coming out with new campaigns every single day. I'm working directly with Bluffin for them to list as many assets as possible. They list stocks, they list oil, pressure, like anything you want to trade, you can trade on Bluffin. So honestly, it's not that big of an ask. And either way, if you don't want to join, you don't want to change your trading account, no worries. You have the free YouTube channel. But I have to remind you guys, especially before I take a trade, the community always comes first. Always, always, always. So what about my long on Bitcoin? As we just discussed, guys, my long that I took yesterday on the live stream, I got stopped out at break even after making around $1,500. This was shared within my community as well. So, or actually the net was $1,100, but I covered fees and everything. So now Bitcoin is just dumping. I'm not in a long, but I'm looking for new opportunities today. This is, guys, it can take a while for us to springboard up, or I should say, walk up the stairs in a bear market. But this kind of price action has the bears worrying and worrying and worrying and worrying and worrying. It was only a matter of time before we would top out. And couldn't have been a better scenario to top out than on that clarity act. So let's see, guys, maybe we get some live dumpage today. Maybe Bitcoin just does nothing but dumps, and we have another banger of a live stream where Bitcoin just nukes. It was pretty epic yesterday because we caught the local bounce, but, you know, we ended up it was right around here. We had this move. I longed Bitcoin at $70,700, and it was right here. So even better. We had a nice move, took 25% profits, and then got stopped out. What can you do, guys? So Bitcoin is now looking like it wants to break below $69,000, and the dump just continues, and the shorts just continue to print, right? Any suggestion for a hype long entry? I'm just kind of waiting around, to be honest, for now, but I'll keep you updated. I have an unused Bluffin account. Can I fund it and join you, or should I open up a new account? I would just open up a new account. Yo, what's up, brother? Do you think you're interested in levels for hype to watch out for spot long-term holdings? Is bluffing good for holding spot? Yeah, guys, bluffing is totally fine for holding spot as well. It really, like, the way that I approach, I usually just leverage trade on the exchanges, but I have held some spot Bitcoin and spot assets on bluffing. But for the most part, if it's something like Bitcoin that I don't plan to sell for a very, very, very long time, then I go to cold storage. But for the most part, most of my holdings are here. So let's see. Let's see what kind of day we get. Sailor's stretch product, guys. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. If he can't get this back to par, there's no more buying pressure. And like I said, what happens when the only buyer of Bitcoin in this bear market starts selling? It's not a good narrative. And again, yesterday everyone was saying, oh, but man, he only sold 82 Bitcoins. Who cares? It's not the point. 82 Bitcoins, insignificant. The guy has bought tons of Bitcoin, and actually, he's currently down $5.5 billion on his Bitcoin investment. Yes, this is net. It's the concept that matters. Him telling people for years that he was not going to be selling Bitcoin. Never sell your Bitcoin. Sell your kidney and buy Bitcoin. How many times have you heard this nonsense? Actually, let's just go to we got tons of time. Why don't we see what Sailor posted recently where we were laughing about it? It's unbelievable. Let's scroll down. You know, he's promoting his product, stretch your income. I don't think people want to stretch shit at this point. Vitamin B. You think that this supports the price of Bitcoin? Or this, where is it? Against bears, it's best to use your head. And actually, guys, if I scroll, oh, there it is. HODL. So he's telling you to HODL your Bitcoin, but he's exercising his option to sell. You get the gist of it. Nonsense. Not a fan of his. Let's see. Let's see how this develops. Yeah, there are a couple alts that are on fire right now. Yep. How's the Blowfin competition going? Yaz Shah. Guys, I have some devastating news. Some absolutely devastating news. We are still stuck in second place. This guy is still ahead of us. We're still in second place. There's thousands of teams and we're still in second place. I really would like to see us win the #1 spot. This is a massive trading competition on Bluffin, the biggest that they've ever done. And we still have time to make it to first, but we're struggling. We're struggling behind this guy. If you want to join this competition, if you already signed up with me on Bluffin, you can join. And if you haven't, well, I'll share the link down below. But we're still struggling in second place, guys. This is going to be a fun live stream. I mean, if we just nuke, then no complaints. Fettuccine, Matt, you need to go in with 15%. Guys, I'm carrying my weight. I'm carrying my weight. I don't want to add more to my position. Some of you guys are asking, are you going to add more to your short? I'm pretty damn comfy. Comfy in my shorts, as we like to say. Vision Pulse Fat Boy, yes, my man. You did say that we were going to continue dumping, but what can I say? Took some profits. It was a fun little trade on the stream. We move on to the next. But now it's really a question of how much further are we going to go, guys? How much further are we going to go? The shorts are looking lovely. And the thing with this price action for Bitcoin is that Now that we're already dumping, I'm sure there's a lot of you that are saying, well, I'm looking for a short now. I want to look for a short. But guys, the time to look for a short was when Bitcoin was higher, not when we're already below $70,000. It's I get worried when I read comments like that because it's not now that you look for a short. Should be positioned already from higher. There was ample opportunity. And the bounces are weak. You get these kinds of bounces where we took the long yesterday and it looks promising. It looks like maybe we can grab some more upside liquidity, and then we don't. Lower high and lower high and lower high and lower high. It's just, what are we meant to do, right? Buy red, sell green. Yep, that's the gist of it. Vision, Pulse, Fatboy. Matt, my indicators are saying below 60, 50K by end of summer. Look, I think I'm saying it here. I mean, I'm not gonna act like this is the first time I've said this. I have been calling for Bitcoin to go below 60K for a long time. Even after we got the bounce from just below 60K up to 80K, I was telling you guys that we're gonna go lower. It's my base case. Nothing has changed. And a lot of people hope and pray that this time is different. But this time is not different. And as devastating as this might seem right now for Bitcoin dropping, as we've discussed multiple times, you have to take advantage of these cycles. It's a beautiful thing to have an asset class that you can trade in this manner. I love Bitcoin because it gives you volatility to the upside, volatility to the downside, and you can make tons of money trading it, right? Again, not financial advice. It's just how I'm sharing with you what I'm doing on the channel and as it pertains to my own trades. But it's the thing of beauty being able to trade this asset. So let's see, guys. Ganesh, I'm positioned already, but this dump is making me greedy. Don't get greedy, guys. Do not get greedy. We're just having a lovely time. We're gonna probably... What's the next level? Look, hype just keeps on ripping. It doesn't matter if Bitcoin is dumping. That's interesting. Soccer stud, no audio. I think my audio is working. Maybe refresh the feed. I think people come in later when it lags or something. Yaz Shah, what does it mean if we keep going lower? Does this invalidate the Q4 low? What I will say is that if Bitcoin starts dumping aggressively, I mean aggressively, like we're talking low 50Ks, 40, high 40Ks, then at that point, I might actually come out and suggest that the bottom could be in before Q4. But this kind of choppy price action where we get these moves to the upside, these moves to the downside, these moves to the upside, these moves to the downside, and now finally an aggressive move to the downside, this is just typical bear market behavior, my friends. I mean, you don't need more proof than what we're seeing now. So right now we're tapping into that 2021 all-time high level. The bulls would want to hold on to here. Short and strong. That's how we're looking right now. I'm not particularly inclined to take a trade, especially before the New York stock market opens, which is in approximately 40, 50 minutes from now. Let's take a look at the local liquidity. One day is pretty even. Oh, wow. Lots of high leveraged shorts at around 68,600. So, oh man. I have to say, guys, there's a lot of shorts on the market. I think we could still get a bounce. I have to be real. I talked about this in my community this morning. My base case here is most certainly not to look for shorts. My base case is that we can get some kind of bounce. Just based on how the liquidity is piled up at the moment. Look, guys, look. Yeah. It's pretty crazy. It's heating up, guys. I saw this guy sometimes posts some funny things. I think it's Runner. This guy. I think he's an OG in the space. Don't worry, Sailor has 845,000 Bitcoins left to sell. But also, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? The Bitcoin God candle to 71,000 will hit like crack. I'm telling you guys, I think we can get a bounce, but the question is when and how short-lived will this bounce be? It's just because we have so much liquidity now to the upside. I think everyone is just so giga bearish. I mean, we can't argue with these numbers, but we still got some longs to wipe out. So the question is, what comes first, 65K or 75K? I would imagine that most of you that are watching are probably feeling bearish with this price action. Andy Beauclair, what's up? Love your streams, my man. Thank you for tuning in to the channel. And if you guys haven't already, smash that like button. Let's refresh and see how we're doing. 71 likes. We got this, guys. We got this. We could pump this up. Yesterday we had a monster live stream, almost 7 hours. Can't promise we're going to do the same today, but we'll do our best. Let's see how long we can go. It's a tricky one. It's a tricky one because it's not a place where I'm like, oh, max long. Like, you just gotta wait it out a bit. Gemma Gov, my man. I would like. Here's the thing, and here's the issue with a question like that. Where would I add to my short was Gemma Gov's question. And the answer to that question is I'm very, very comfy in my existing position with the size that I have. And so we would need to get a significant bounce for me to justify adding to my short position. So what I'm thinking is probably 75K. And at this point, with how violent the price action has been, you're not going to hear me say that we have to pump to 75K. Yesterday was a little bit more probable with this move to the upside. It looked like we could have been starting something pretty favorable. Took profits on the long, then got stopped out at break even. So yeah, it feels like I'm getting deja vu from when I was live streaming my first live stream and Bitcoin was just nuking. If we keep nuking, I gotta stay live. You guys know the drill. The summer chop thesis. We're back. Bro, take a look. Clauslo, in the premium group, is there an option for members to chat with each other? No. So my premium group is basically my own analysis, and I just share it. And I've put it this way specifically because I've been in tons of groups that are free like this, and what happens is when you have an open chat, people get scammed. People scam each other, and I just don't want any of those issues. It also creates a lot of noise. So I like it in a way where I can just share my thoughts, and it's there is no chatting in that group. I chat with the members that are trading with a little bit more capital. That's how we've organized it. So yeah. So what is next here? Guys, the beauty about being a swing trader is you enter a trade, and I entered with size, and you just sit on your hands. And if you want access to the trades that I myself take, if you're into trading, you know where to find me. It is free, guys. First link in the description down below. If you DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram after clicking this link, you'll be greeted with options to be able to trade the market. And as long as you've signed up with any of these exchange links, you're able to get access to that group. It's free. Just joined. Nice. Are you in a trade today? Nope. I'm holding my existing trades for now. So we'll see. We'll see how things develop. The US market open is in 40 minutes from now. Let's see how. So right now we're trying to hold the 2021 all-time high, but it's not looking too hot. Like, good luck trying to find a long here, guys. It's maybe we'll do a cheeky one where we try to catch a falling knife today, but it's yeah. I don't know, guys. Like, how are you meant to trade this with confidence? You're foolish to go short if you're not already in a position. You're foolish to take a long with this kind of bleeding price action. And something else that adds to this narrative, guys, is you can see that the US and Iran peace deal hopes collapsed. Market expectations for US-Iran deal by end of June have plunged from over 75% to just 27%. Chance of Strait of Hormuz reopening is now only 22%. Kalshi traders will give just a 52% probability of normal shipping traffic before October of 2026. Yeah. So what can we say? And I saved something. Look, this came from President Trump to the Israeli Prime Minister. And I quote, "You're effing crazy." So he said this in a heated call, accusing him of escalating the conflict in Lebanon and jeopardizing US-Iran negotiations. According to sources, Trump warned that a strike on Beirut would further isolate Israel and push Netanyahu to back down. Israel later signaled it would not carry out the planned Beirut attack. So what are we meant to do here, guys? What are we meant to do? You're not going to catch me entering along unless it looks super favorable. Yesterday, it looked very favorable, and we got the bounce. From my entry, we got approximately the local 1% bounce. With leverage, obviously, you can take advantage of that, but I'm giga short, right? I'm giga short. Yaz Shah, how are the ETFs and Coinbase index looking? Great question. And the answer is exactly how they've been looking for the past little while. Absolutely diabolical. Look at this. Look at this nonsense. $500 million worth of outflows, mainly coming from, you guessed it, the IBIT ETF, otherwise known as BlackRock. And the Coinbase Bitcoin Premium Index is looking like this. Just when you thought you couldn't see any more selling, we got more selling. So I think, first of all, in yesterday's live stream, you heard me say, and the one before that, and my previous video, that I think that the top is in for this relief rally. I think it's done. I think it's completely done. Locally, when we talk about Bitcoin and how it performs in a bear market, you don't have to overcomplicate things, guys. So in a bull market, we create these falling wedges, which are bullish. You can see price just does this, where we chop down, this is a great example, and we effectively create lower highs and lower lows. But we're in a flag, or otherwise known as a bull flag, basic TA. But then we explode out of it. And then you see similar price action, again, explode out of it. So what happens in a bear market? You create these rising wedges or bear flags. So you have a big dump, and you go like this. You create higher highs and higher lows. But what happens when this is created, especially after the first initial leg down, is a lot of liquidity gets created below us. And it can take time to play out. It requires a lot of patience. But you drop, you get a bit of a retest, and then you have that expansive move to the downside. And right now, guys, I mean, look, we created higher highs and higher lows, and this looks like we finally are ready to go. So let's see. What can we say? What can we say? So we're getting no reaction right now. No reaction at all. Bitcoin is just nuking and the shorts are just printing. Like there's nothing to really say here. And hype is in a class of its own. Crazy. I don't really use bullish divergences on the weekly or daily RSI. I don't do that. I know everyone has their own strategy, but I personally haven't used that historically, and it's been fine. the golden pocket at 68.6. I'm gonna guess that you're taking it from the pivot low. Let me check that out. So if we take the golden pocket from this pivot low to the high, yeah, interesting level, and you want to know why? You always look for confluence, right, guys? We would grab most of that liquidity there, most of the local liquidity on the 1-day time frame. So I want to see this. If this is grabbed, you start to have my attention. $68,600, for those of you that were asking, is what I've been eyeing. So let's see. Hype is green on the day, naturally. So I'm going to actually put this back. So this zone here, so it could go all the way down to 67.7. So I'm going to put a little box here. Oops. As I said, guys, yeah, this is, look, we grind it up, staircase up, elevator down. This is looking horrible. It's looking horrible. If we hit that golden pocket, I may have an attempt. But really, guys, again, way less capital than my shorts. The shorts are absolutely printing. Guys, so here's the thing. One of you guys said, I want to short until $45,000. Look, is it possible that Bitcoin hits $45,000 this year? Yes, the answer is yes. However, I always take profits on my trades. So yes, I'm in a big short. We're up 200% on this short, but I've already paid myself almost 400K. So this is, and the reason why, most of these profits were taken at around $63,000 for Bitcoin. So I'm just going to sit here and see how this price action develops. From a risk to reward perspective, you know what I'm going to say. I'm looking for a long, but this is pretty diabolical price action. Pretty horrible stuff. I mean, what more do you need to see? Look at this. Below the trend line now as well. Trading Bitcoin is actually not that difficult if you're a swing trader. I'm not going to act like it's all sunshine and rainbows. Of course, I've taken losses, but as far as swing trading goes and holding big positions, we've been pretty damn spot on. Guys, the channel's getting a little bit bigger because we're getting a lot of bots that comment on the live stream as well. Alts are about to bleed. So here's the thing with altcoin, guys. Altcoins. That English, just something phenomenal, right? Let's see. So we'll take a look at Bitcoin dominance, and it's very apparent that we're still in an uptrend. Although this is looking interesting on the weekly. But something that we must keep in mind. You know all the influencers that have been yelling for altcoin season the entire cycle? Well, they're going to see this and say, altcoin season. If Bitcoin catches a little bit of a bounce here, because of this performance from Bitcoin dominance, yes, of course, altcoins can maybe get a little bit more of a bounce because they are so down bad against Bitcoin. I mean, look at this uptrend. However, this dump for Bitcoin dominance does not mean that the majority of altcoins have to go up. It could also mean that altcoins just simply go down less compared to Bitcoin. You get me? So if Bitcoin starts dropping massively here, altcoins may just drop less because they've already suffered a lot against Bitcoin. But it doesn't mean that they have to pump. So that's how these things work. Bitcoin still determines the rest of the market. If Bitcoin dominance is going down and Bitcoin is going down, altcoins are basically just going down a little bit less. So you're still holding a bleeding asset. Dustin Prince. No offense. How does a young man like you have the money to make a 400K trade? Did you have a normal job or did you get a lot of cash from the parents? First and foremost, I've worked my way up to where I am today. I'm young, but I'm not crazy young. But I've always been entrepreneurial. And as I shared with the audience here, before I started trading, I was big into social media marketing, had a lot of brand deals. I had my own little agency as well, and I've pivoted full-time to trading crypto. So actually, for the most part, I haven't really had any kind of typical jobs in my lifetime. So yeah, and then after learning how to trade crypto, which has been almost a decade now, I can now place trades like this, which naturally I'm happy to do with good risk management. Of course, if I didn't have good risk management, this trade could be way bigger, but guys, getting a little bit of green candle here. XRP is a shitcoin. Yep. What is your degree in? I mean, technically I have a business degree, but guys, it was pointless. Like going to uni, the only thing that I really got out of uni is having fun with friends, to be perfectly honest. I was working on some of my social media endeavors in university as well. And I was also playing on the football team. And that was it. It was a great time. Great uni experience. Happy I did it. But did I get any value? Did anything that I learned in uni actually contribute to what I'm doing now? The answer is probably not. I wish I would have had that capital to start trading in the markets. Actually, maybe I don't, because I probably would have lost it all if I started back then with all that capital. Dustin Prince, fair enough, impressive, keep it up. Thanks, my man. Look, everyone's on their own journey. You guys see me trading with this capital, but there's also members in my group that are trading with, say, $500. Everyone's at their own living life at their own pace and trading with their own capital. So, you know what they say, comparison is the thief of joy. There's actually members that have joined my group, which again is the first link in the description down below. If you guys want to join, you DM me the keyword CBM and you can join for free, where I share all of my own trades that have more capital than I do. So there's a couple of multi millionaires that have joined my trading group as well. So there's always bigger fish. I'm curious to see what stocks do today. We had a bit of a drop into the close. Still closed above the previous all-time high. The thing with the stock market, guys, is you typically top not just through going straight up. Like, you know how Bitcoin can just rocket and then dump? The stock market, because it's such an established asset class, what typically happens is you see the warning signs before a big dump. So you can see here, and it can last a while, but this is like, you know, taking it from, say, summer of last year. You can see that we're making slowly these all-time highs, slowly, but we're starting to round out. That's usually what happens before a correction on the stock market. This, I mean, perhaps I'm trying to find a good comparison here. But like, I mean, what if this is just, I'm not one to toy around with these fractals too much. But what if we take a look at this? So we'll go here. I always lose it. Rectangle, bar pattern. What if we're looking at something like this? Like, I don't think it goes that high, but what if we are genuinely looking at something like that, where stocks basically had a dump, and then we see something along these lines where we just keep on chopping higher, pullbacks higher, pullbacks higher, but we start rounding out. That's usually how the stock market has a top, and then we experience that, I don't know, 10, 20% correction would be huge. 20% would be huge, and you can imagine what happens to Bitcoin. So look, if you've been tuning into the content for a while, you know that Bitcoin heavily underperforms the stock market in the bear market years. A lot of guys talking about this supposed catch-up trade. In my opinion, it's all bullshit. Bitcoin outperforms to the upside when we're in a bull market, but the price to pay for that is us underperforming in the bear market. So if stocks just rip higher from here, I think Bitcoin can get a bounce, but the bounce would be underwhelming, and as soon as stocks correct even in the slightest, Bitcoin drops further. In a bear market, that is. Long term, I'm still bullish on Bitcoin. I'm just waiting for some more attractive levels to be able to buy. Yeah, 1,000 likes and I'll reveal my age. Sure, let's do it. But we're not going to get there. Guys, yesterday I was live streaming for almost 7 hours, just under, and we got 600 likes. So, and if today's live stream isn't as long as yesterday's live stream, highly doubt we get there. How do we join your team on Bluffin? So guys, if you're trading on Bluffin, first and foremost, you have to sign up with the link in the description down below. If you already have a Bluffin account, I would honestly recommend just making a new account. It takes like 3 seconds. And with my link, depending on how much you're trading, you can actually earn up to $50,000 in withdrawable bonuses. So it's not just bonuses that you can use to trade. They have that, of course. But depending on, like, if you're a big trader, you can literally withdraw these rewards. I shouldn't even call it rewards. It's basically straight cash. And then you have the trading competition. So I'll share the link to that in the chat here. And basically the way it works is once you click the link and you've signed up with me, you're going to see this page and you literally just click register now. And you can see here that we are currently ranked second out of thousands of teams in this competition. I'm very, very proud that we're second, but I have to be real. I think we can get first. I think that our community is one of the strongest. And if you look purely in terms of activity on the channel, there's a lot of big time YouTubers crypto guys that have hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and they don't get the same amount of views that we're getting. So based on that, it tells me how active you guys are in terms of trading, but also in terms of how you are as a community. And some of you even said in the chat, it feels like we're all just a big group of friends and we're just chatting with each other, which is one of the reasons why I like the live streams, because I get to engage with you and it lets me just go back and forth with some of the comments when we short lab. Yeah, I'm looking at that as well, but I like it. And guys, I know, if you're used to the video updates, I get it. I get it. You prefer to just watch a quick video, but there's less of a connection, guys. This video that I published on Sunday, everything I said in that video still holds true because the videos are much, much higher time frame. So I will still be posting 2 to 3 videos a week, but they cover the higher time frame. And if you're wondering what I think in a quick summary and you don't want to tune into the live streams, just watch the video because this video still applies. And I'll keep you updated as things change. A couple videos a week, 3 videos a week, but for the most part, lately we've been ripping the live streams. So Bitcoin is still dumping. The short is still looking very, very nice. And here we are. I'm not particularly eager to go long. I'm reading some comments, guys. Hasib, when to long, bro? Guys. Like, the long that I took yesterday, if I take a long today, it'll probably be an even smaller position, to be fair. The market is in free fall. I know we're obsessed with entering a trade, but this is also one thing that I've tried to teach my community through the way that I trade. And if you're in my community, I hope that you've been learning from this, probably just through me not posting a gazillion trades, but the urge to be in a trade at all times needs to stop. I'll say it again. The urge to always be in a trade needs to stop. Am I usually in a big swing trade that I hold for a while? The answer is yes. But some people, they need to be in a trade. Physically, they need to be in a trade. And that's not how you trade the market. That's not how you get a good entry. Too many people just cannot handle themselves if they're not in an active trade. And that's an issue because I had that issue when I first started trading as well. Now that I'm in a favorable trade, awesome, right? But there's times in this market where like I'm flat. Enough of the bullshit of needing to always be in a trade. Salvador Perez, the bullish man. You're still bearish? Haha, agree to disagree. That's okay, man. Guys, we all have our own opinions. Maybe we get a bounce from here. The golden pocket is just a few $100s lower. So we'll have to cover that and see. But for now, we wait. Oh, lovely. Jolts at 10 a.m. Nice one, man. Is that so? Oh yeah, we covered that on the lives on my video update. Let's turn this into night mode. Macro calendar. US. Is that? Oh no. Should be pretty interesting. Let's see, guys. So 10 a.m. 10 a.m. we have Jolt's job opening. Do you go to Dubai when you're planning to close positions because of taxes? No. No, no, not at all. Guys, I am a full-time Dubai resident. So what it means is I'm registered here. I'm not set up in Canada anymore. I've moved a few years ago. So like where I open and close positions is irrelevant because I'm registered here. I own a business here in the south, hardwood flooring. I can tell you for a fact the average person is struggling financially worse than what I've ever seen. Crypto is headed much lower. Dustin Prince, my man, I agree with you. I genuinely agree with you. Look, I'm very well aware as to like what my situation is, where I'm living and looking at the people around me. I'm like in a little bubble in the Middle East where everyone is successful, everyone's proud business owners, everyone's making tons of money here. But whenever I go back to Canada, it's abundantly clear that that's not the case for most people. So on that note, I tend to agree. If people are struggling, if the average person is struggling, what that means is there is no room, there is no money for speculative assets like crypto. And that's a big overhang, right? We can't ignore that. Yeah, there's technicals, we look at bouncing levels and things like that, but the reality is over the course of this year, I still firmly believe that Bitcoin will be going below $60,000. I said it before, I'll say it again. And so this is why it was just everything was favorable for a short setup. Most people are worried about their bills, worried about putting food on the table, not speculating on crypto assets. So it's something that we have to contend with for quite some time. The only crypto I'm invested in is ICP. I know most people hate ICP, but I think it's due. I don't necessarily believe in ICP, to be honest. Yeah. Sorry, man. I'm not. Yeah. Canada is awesome. Was awesome. Now it's a little bit less awesome. But what can you do? BlackRock just deposited another 425 mil on Coinbase Prime. Yeah. Let's go short, man. Guys, I'm reading the comments, but I'm already giga short. It's irresponsible for me to suggest a short when this is the price action. And I think people have it twisted. If price is going down, why are we not shorting? I am in a short, but just from much higher. And I took a short. Okay, guys, let me give you the example as like what I did. This was it 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago on the stream. So if we take a look at Bitcoin here, remember we had this up here was the Clarity Act move to the upside. I entered my Bitcoin short when everyone got excited on this candle. In hindsight, it makes sense. I tell you guys this, yeah, of course, that makes sense, but most people were bullish when we got this candle. But we created these 3 lower highs and then we just nuked and that was it. And my invalidation was so tight. It was a 1 hour close above $82,000 and my entry was $81,500. And this is the trade. You can see here, held from $81,500 down to $69K. I entered this together with you guys on the stream. So I definitely don't want this to just become a channel where I just post bullshit trading setups. When I see opportunities, I take them. Yesterday I saw an opportunity, I took it, made a little bit of money. This one is one that I'm holding. And right now I'm up almost 50K on this trade. By the way, guys, I do trade on weeks as well if you're interested in this exchange. I know some people can't necessarily access Bluffin, and so if you want to trade on weeks, you have the third link in the description down below my group, of course, and you get 25% off all of your trading fees, plus some pretty solid rewards depending on how much you're trading. Get that VIP 2 upgrade if weeks works for you and you'd prefer trading on there than Bluffin. I use multiple exchanges. So the stock market opens in 5 minutes. I'm not longing until after open at the bare minimum. We need to see something there. If I could have my way, I would want Bitcoin to pump. I would want Bitcoin to pump so then I can consider adding to my short. I can enter a new potential short and hopefully I can catch the long if I could have it my way. But I will not complain if we just nuke from here, guys, because you know we're sitting in our trade, we're comfy. That's what swing trading is all about. None of this 5-minute time frame stuff. I know I play around with it, and that's where I started. Everyone needs to start somewhere, but I prefer this chilled approach. You sit in a position, you wait for it to play out, you have your invalidations. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, but you sit in the position, take profits on the way down. Not financial advice, of course, just sharing with you what I am personally doing. What do you think about hype? I think it's going to be a great bear market buy. If it even gives us the opportunity. Like, look at this. Crazy stuff. Pumpy, pumpy. Look, when the stock market opens, I want to assess what's going to happen here. Guys, if ever the volume doesn't work or the audio kind of kicks out, just refresh the stream and it should be good. Hi, Mats here. Big short from 79K is printing. Love you, brother. Love you too, Danielle Gang. Hi, Matt. I just joined. What is up with Bitcoin dominance? Sorry if you already mentioned it. So Bitcoin dominance, everyone listen up. Bitcoin dominance is dumping. But this doesn't mean that altcoins will continue to go up. What it means is if Bitcoin dominance drops and Bitcoin is dropping, it is highly likely that altcoins drop as well, but drop less than Bitcoin. Hence, Bitcoin dominance dropping. So it can work both ways. And actually, something that's interesting with Bitcoin dominance, guys, and I've talked about this before on the channel, this is one of the reasons why I love Bluffin as well. Not only can you trade crypto, stocks, whatever you want, we have the trading competition, but you can trade Bitcoin dominance. I had a massive Bitcoin dominance long trade open over the course of the bull market, and you can see how that performed because the Bitcoin dominance just skyrocketed. This was one of the most bullish charts in crypto. So if you're bearish on Bitcoin dominance, you can short it on Bluffin. If you're bullish, you can long it. Pretty sweet that you can trade that metric as well. And guys, if you want to join Bluffin, that's the second link in the description down below. And you can also join the trading competition, which I'll leave here in the chat. Stock market opens in 3, 2, 1, now. The stock market is officially open. And we've dumped before. I would say that there is a very, very, very high chance that we sweep these lows. Like I'd be baffled if we didn't come back down, to be honest, over the New York session. I mean, we just opened. So let's see. Carolina Canuck, distinguished gentlemen, we meet again. Brother, I have a long from 69,500. Huge margin. Should I close? I made a mistake. Please help me. Guys, please don't come on the channel with comments like that because one, you know that I'm not a financial advisor. I can't be giving you financial advice. And two, I've always been advocating for proper risk management. I don't know what led you to enter that trade. So look, I can't really answer that on the live stream. You have to understand that I'm showing you guys what I'm doing with my own capital in the markets. And I can't tell you what to do with your own money because I am not a financial advisor. I have this disclaimer here. And I also have a big disclaimer in the description down below, guys. Please remember that I'm just a guy on the internet sharing all of his own personal trades. And that's what I do. I share what I am personally doing. That's why also when I talk about Bitcoin bottom targets, I've discussed the fact that if you believe in Bitcoin in the long term, maybe, just maybe, you accumulate sooner than I do. Because I still hold a long-term Bitcoin position from the previous bear market. So that's that. right? We're not gonna operate in the market exactly the same. You have to tailor your strategies. You can use my insights, but I'm not telling you what to do with your own money. Is it Julian Vega or Julian Vega? Hello, Matsir. Always a pleasure being here on the live. Always a pleasure for you joining the live. So thank you for joining. Guys, if you haven't already, smash up that like button. I think we're sitting at 172 likes. We got this. We got this, guys. We can easily get to 500 likes today. Yeah, that was another one, guys. Mount Gox, $730 million movement in the wallets. So, bro, what car do you drive? I'll show you guys one day. J Tin Man, hello. You are in a long or a short? As we've discussed, guys, why do they call you Matsir? I'm guessing that's what you're trying to say, JLQO7CS. Because I am French Canadian, so my name is actually pronounced Matsir. And then in English, some people say Matthew. But that's why it's pronounced that way. Yo, I'm also in Dubai. Let's link up. There you go. We swept the low, guys. As we discussed, highly likely. I think we can get a bounce. Look, oftentimes you guys will see me have a red thumbnail and I'll be talking about a level to bounce. So just because I have a red thumbnail doesn't mean I don't think we can bounce. Now, there's a lot of crypto influencers that enter short as soon as Bitcoin drops to $70,000, but I've been short since way higher. We're destroying the level now, guys. Destroying the level. The short is just looking, it's a thing of beauty. It's just a thing of beauty. Daniel, yeah, I guess Daniel Gagne, you don't have the accent on your name, on your YouTube username, so I just said Gagne. But Gagne, nice, man. My man, French Canadians in the house. Do you think we can see a bounce from around $72,000 before it drops to 65K? Like, you mean a bounce to $72,000? I actually think that that's totally realistic. Now, will it happen? Let's see. The only issue now is I am not a huge fan of longing so early into the New York session. Longing Bitcoin, that is. We have this zone highlighted, which is the golden pocket. So keeping my eyes on that. But it stems from 68.6 down to 67.8. And the reason why that is an interesting level for me is because on the 1-day time frame as well, from a liquidity perspective, you can see that that would allow us to grab this liquidity and then hopefully get a move up. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, bum. Do you have any tips for people that are starting trading and trying to become profitable? My number one tip is risk management. And what I mean by this is force yourself to follow proper risk management. So, you know the saying, guys, and I'm going to make this saying my own. I've been probably talking about it for well over a year now since I've started my communities. If you cannot sleep at night with a position open, you are simply risking too much capital. If you're stressing about an open position, it's not going to work. So I personally do 1 to 5% per trade. 3 to 5% is if I have a relatively high conviction in that trade. 5% obviously being the highest. Some people swear by 1 to 2%, but for me, I'm good with the 1 to 5% because I want to say 85% of the time that I risk 5% of my trading portfolio, the trade plays out. So what I'm getting at is I know when to size in for the most part. And my other tip, which isn't really related to trading, but we talked about it yesterday, is don't leave your full-time job to trade if you're just getting into it. You need to supplement your trading with your income. That's my non-financial advice. And the reason I can give that advice is because I have personally done that. I was funding my trading endeavors with my job / business. What about Ganesh? What about you can't sleep because you're too excited about your open position? Well, first and foremost, congratulations. Secondly, maybe, just maybe, it's time to TP some. That's a good one. That's a good position to be in. Guys, all my short positions have their stop losses at break even. I entered from much higher, so I'm not, if price just rockets from here, which is low probability, I'm totally fine because I've already made 380K on this trade, and I've already made around 25K on my other Bitcoin short trade. You could see here stop at break even. So I'm no longer risking anything, and I'm looking for new opportunities in this market. All the trades that you're seeing here, guys, were shared in my group. If that interests you, it is completely free. And some of you give me flack for saying it's free because there is a minimum deposit requirement, but it's because you're trading with your own money. Some people trade with $500, some people trade with a few thousand, some people trade with hundreds of thousands, some people trade with a few million. So it suits everyone. If you're interested, you know where to find me down below. It's where I share my analysis before I come on the live stream. The trades that you're seeing here are shared with my group beforehand. Always, 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 always. Hype is just looking lovely, guys. Darren Mitchell says he's ready to dollar cost average Bitcoin at 65K. If we zoom out 10 years, we zoom out to the next bull market even, it's an attractive level. Guys, spot portfolio investing and leverage trading, two completely different things. And everyone should have their own spot portfolio strategy. For me, I will only pull the trigger on Bitcoin as we start to head below $60,000. And the reason I'm comfortable saying that and risking missing the boat is because I have exposure from the previous bear market. I didn't have a channel at the time, but hopefully this bear market, I can guide you guys well leading into the bull markets. Lauro Sam, do you wait for a specific signal on hype to take the short? Guys, I'm not shorting hype. I know I mentioned it before in my community that it would be interesting, but I haven't taken any trade like that because this thing is in price discovery. You can see that we got rejected at the previous all-time high, and this is an interesting one. And the reason I like these trades is because you have a very, very easy invalidation, which was discussed in yesterday's live stream as well. So, you get acceptance below. If you've entered, take a little bit of profits, shave a little bit of profits, and then your stop is here. And then if you get stopped out, well, you get stopped out and you have your invalidation. That's why all-time high breaks are nice setups. Then the reverse is also true if you wanted to play this. So, we dropped below, we came back above, and then because we got the daily close, a full daily candle close above the previous all-time high, this tells you that there is strength. So then you effectively wait for a pullback before re-entering. So perhaps you entered here, your stop was here, or you waited even longer to a little bit of a more significant dip. But you could have entered long here with this confirmation of an all-time high break, and naturally you see how it goes. I didn't personally take this trade, but I'm just sharing with you guys why I like the all-time high breaks. Because there's only really two scenarios. Failure to break above the previous all-time high and acceptance back into the range, and you can get a deeper pullback. Or little rejection, break above, get the daily close above, and then on the pullback you go long. Richie, good morning, brother. I hope you're well. Hey Matsur, thank you for all you do in the crypto space. I was wondering if you could plan to do a tutorial on how to use and interpret the MindPillar tools analytics, trying to learn how to fish. Yes, that is a great idea, and I will be doing that. I'll add it to the list of things I need to do. I wrote some stuff down on the last live stream. I have a little list. Alejandro Garcia, you've become my only friend throughout these last few months. I hope you mean your only friend in the crypto space. Yeah. Look, a lot of people can't handle this kind of price action because you start seeing Bitcoin getting a bear market relief rally and everyone gets excited. And then you see all the same influencers that were bull posting from $126,000 down tell you that you're going to miss it, you're going to miss it. And here we are already dropping below 70K. So it really depends. If you want to actively trade this market, you guys know where I am. I'm always trading the market. I'm updating my community. I'm doing the live streams. I'm doing the content. I genuinely love this. Like, I love trading the market. I love trading the bear market. I love trading the bull market. I love getting things wrong and then getting flamed online. And then I also love getting things right and giving a little bit of heat back. It's fun. This is fun. Life is fun. Life is invigorating. But there is the other side of it. If you're just a spot Bitcoin investor and you don't want to trade, then you don't need to, right? You could tune into a couple pieces of content per week, maybe even maybe once a week even. You take 10 minutes of your time. And then you just wait until we get to more attractive levels. So to each their own. Alejandro, I know that you actively trade the market, which is good. And I will continue to be here. I enjoy spending time with you guys. I really do. So we're getting a little bit of a move to the downside here. I'm gonna sweep these lows as well. This is what I'm saying. Structurally, it's so damn bearish. Gemma Gov, Matt, do you have tips for networking in the crypto space? I'm going to come out on camera and say that networking in the crypto space is so overrated. So overrated. If you want to build anything, maybe. But if you're planning on posting like trading content and that kind of stuff, it's just not necessary. I have to be, again, there's a handful of people in the crypto space that I get along with, let's say, that I actually want to be friends with. And most of my other friends are outside of the space because unfortunately, for as much as this crypto space, crypto industry has given me, the main thing being the ability to help you guys out and impact you in a positive way, there's 10. So anyways, the stream cut out. Sorry, guys. There's 10 times the amount of bad actors in the space. And so when it comes to my actual friends, I hang out with a lot of people outside of the crypto space. And I don't think networking is necessary. The interview you did with the two other guys, yeah, one guy from South Africa and the other guy was amazing. Yeah, that was on Friday. That was a fun live stream. That's with Andy and Devolt from Mind Pillar Markets. I'm actually teamed up with them on Bluffin for the trading competition. So, yeah, they're great guys. I don't know if I told you guys. I'm gonna go visit Andy over the course of this summer, and we're gonna rip some tennis. So, gonna do a little Europe trip. Yeah, love the guy. But those are good people, you know what I mean? There's a lot of bad people in the space, and the crypto space still has this kind of negative aspects, negative air surrounding it. Um, don't need some guy yapping in your ear about XRP all day. Oh my God, here we go with XRP. I've shat on XRP publicly a lot. Shitcoin, it's a shitcoin, guys. It's a shitcoin. You guys had a very interesting and dynamic conversation. Yeah, it was nice. I was doing my best to because they were new faces, I was doing my best to let them speak as much as possible because I sometimes have a habit of interrupting. I try not to do it just to get my point across. But are you playing tennis for a long time? Dennis Tennis. I've been playing tennis now for approximately 2 years. What really got me into it as a kind of hybrid athlete, I'll call myself that, was, you pick up a lot of injuries playing football, and for the Americans that are watching soccer. And I was looking for something that I would like to get good at into my old age. So there's tennis and there's golf, naturally. And because I'm still athletic, I thought tennis is going to be great. And it requires so much skill. But what I had going for me when I first started playing was people were better than me, but I have a great lung. So I'm just running around like you wouldn't believe, and I just don't get tired. So that was nice. And now that I've worked on my technique, it obviously suits me a lot more. But I really want to get better at tennis even. I'm gonna play all summer, guys. What's your take on Solana? Do you think it's worth buying ever? I have to be honest, guys. Look, Solana did have that very nice outperformance from the last bear market bottom to the bull market. We had a crazy multiple on Solana. What a trade. However, I don't think that it will perform as well in the next bull market. It's not something that I'm looking at. If you're looking for something interesting, hype, in my opinion, is something interesting. Because if Bitcoin gets a severe drawdown, of course, the broader crypto market will drop. And that's when you start looking for those deep value zones from a spot portfolio perspective. But this thing just keeps on ripping at the moment, but we'll see. Alejandro, life has become all about keeping my eyes on the bear market as opposed to last bear markets. I have the feeling this next cycle is where I become profitable. Yeah, man. That's like every cycle I make more money. Or sorry, let me change that. Every cycle I make more money and I retain more money. Because a lot of people make those paper gains, but they never realize those profits. So you become wiser, and watching this kind of price action, seeing how things develop, how we form a bear market bottom, following the macro, when no one wants to pay attention to crypto, is how you effectively make it in the next cycle. And I'm really looking forward to building a relationship with all of you guys through the live streams. It's my way to do so, and hopefully guide you guys along the way. I know a lot of you probably, and I hate to say this, but the reality is some of you that are watching today probably won't be watching in a few months from now if Bitcoin is, for example, below $60,000, below $50,000. Some of you will say, oh, I've had enough of this crap. But that's when you really want to be paying attention. So yeah, I think people that pay attention to crypto will be rewarded. I really do. Do you think Dell could hit 800 to 1,000 in the next couple of years? I mean, Dell, wasn't President Trump like shilling it? Fuck me. What a bullish chart. I mean, yeah, maybe. I don't know how crazy these things can get, right? But wow, what a monthly candle for Dell. That is insane. Up over 100% in the past month. And you guys want to take a look at the monthly candle for Bitcoin? Or you guys already know? You guys already know the monthly candle for Bitcoin, but I'll show you anyways. Voila. Huge red candle. This is bear market price action. Welcome to the continuation of the Bitcoin bear market. All right, we're approaching an interesting level here, so we got to start paying attention to this zone. It's not just a random box on the chart. If you tuned into the live stream at the beginning, it is the golden pocket from the low. So we have some liquidity there that I'd like to see it get grabbed. And if we take that pivot, the low to the high, it's right in that zone. So keep your eyes on this. Got that downside liquidity. Just breaking. Russell Gelormini, you are brilliant. Thank you very much. I appreciate the positive comment. Thank you for tuning in to the live stream. Sesh Monkey, we discussed this. Woof. Dump it, I guess. This is what I'm saying, guys. Jolts are in. What am I? What? What's going on? Oh, that's why. What on earth? Ah, that's why. Jolt's job opening. The job market is strong, friends, and this does not suggest that we need rate cuts. Inflation is hot. They're not going to cut rates with a strong job market. So this makes things even worse. This makes things even worse. Ugly red candle. Ugly, ugly red candle. Ugly. This is not the data you need. Inflation remains sticky. Rates probably going to get rate hikes at some point. Wakas, no, my friend, I'm not going to be keeping an eye on XRP. Sorry, man. If you keep spamming as well, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to remove you from the group or from the chat. I don't have no tolerance on that crap, man. Sorry. Hi, Matt. Thank you for the content. I'm learning so much. Can you please explain what's your strategy when you add to a short? Do you wait for a bounce? I'm probably, if I'm going to be honest with you guys, I might actually open a new short if we get a bounce. If, keyword if. So I probably would open a new one, to be honest. I don't want to touch this position anymore, really. Unless we get a crazy bounce. But let's see. The strategy is you look for some higher time frame confluence zones that we can reject from, and then you match it with some liquidity. But this does not suggest that a bounce is in the making. I mean, it's brutal, guys. It's brutal. The short is printing. The shorts are printing, and I am wearing some shorts. It is lovely here in Dubai. It's a bit hot, but I am wearing some shorts as well. We're entering the zone. I'd like to go deeper, to be honest. Guys, all the trades that you're seeing here, if you want to join, you know where to find me. It's the first link in the description down below. If you DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram, I'd be more than happy to add you to that group for free. It's where I share all of my trades and my overall market analysis. Yes, sir. We got the shorts. My man, we got the shorts. Maybe I'll go swimming after this. We're in the golden pocket. I believe we are. Oops. I want more, to be honest, guys. For me to justify, I need more. Let me see. Let me see. I'm not overly eager to jump into a trade. I kind of like this pivot here. Yes, sub 68. Sub 68. $65 is so interesting, but I'm wondering if that's just too greedy for today. This last pivot here. Maybe 7, 8. The liquidity as well. 67. Sweep 67, 8. lots of shorts in as well. 67, 80. Like, I kind of like 67, 8 for a sweep. Right at the bottom of that golden pocket, we grab a nice chunk of liquidity. Although there is some more to the downside, right? We'll see. I'll see how I feel, to be honest. It's guys, this is let's not kid ourselves. This is the daily chart. Look how ugly this is. The shorts are printing though. Dégueulasse. Dégueulasse. Sailor loves to buy $2 billion worth of Bitcoin at 105K and then proceeds to sell at a 40% dip. Funding rate is slightly positive. So we dipped into the golden pocket here, guys. This is the level that I highlighted when we started the stream. We went into the golden pocket. I just would prefer to see a little bit more, but perhaps we don't get it with the wicks that we're seeing here. We got our initial signs of buying pressure. 68.2 is where we went. Got some longs jumping in on the Bybit USD charts. But remember, we got some of these bounces yesterday, and I prefer to just wait. What do you think about Carl the Moon? I mean, he's an OG in the industry, right? He's been, gosh, I think he's been around since, I don't even know, 2014, 2015? Thanks to what I learned from you, managed to get into a Bitcoin short at 82K and it's printing now. Very, very happy for you, my man. And remember, I can teach you guys it, but you're the one that presses the button. You're the one that executes on the trade. So you have yourself to thank for that phenomenal trade. Boom, 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 boom. Guys, I understand that sometimes it's not entertaining if I'm not jumping into a trade, but if you're looking for how I've been trading this market, when I do enter my next big trade, because there will be another big one, you have the first link in the description down below. If you DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram, it is a completely free group. The only requirement is that you've signed up with one of these affiliate exchange links down below and you start trading on there as you normally do with your own money. So I'll leave the link in the chat here. And how are we doing on the like count? Completely free group. Are you and Carl Moon bestie? No. Buy high, sell low. You are a legend. Thank you for staying so long. Nanto Corp, of course, my man. That's the plan. We're going to try to do these longer live streams. You know, we're still into this level, guys. And I know we're creating wicks on the lower time frame, but I'm not overly eager to jump into a trade yet. And to be perfectly honest with you, I'm not overly eager to jump into a trade, period. Simply because the shorts are printing and I sleep well at night. So let's see. Did I do the refresh? We're at 220, 229. Let's smash the like button because I think that we can pump this up massively. Jay Rumi, man, what is up with all these questions? Like, you're asking the same question over and over again. Hi, Matsir. Hope you're doing great. Roth Trader, nice to see you in the chat again. Everything is going according to plan. Yeah? Everything is going according to plan. Guys, let me just share something with you. I'll take it from my premium group. One moment. So guys, in my premium group, this is kind of what it looks like. Just sharing with you guys. And these are the only trades that I'm currently in. So yeah, sometimes I leave voice messages and stuff like that. Some of you guys are asking for my TPs. Well, these are the levels. So you can see how high I shorted Bitcoin, right? So basically, I added to my existing Bitcoin short on the way down. This was shared within my group. I took profits at 90 to 92K, 87K, 80K, 74K, 70K. When we went down to 63K, this was a big, big profit zone. My next target zones for my big short are 65K, 60K, 55K, and then we'll have to see what comes from that. And then my scalp short, I took some all the way down. So I kind of share this in the group. In my pinned message, I basically just have where I update my existing trades. So that's what it's looking like if you want to join. So I take profits on the way down. Don't kid yourself. I don't just sit in my trades and hope that we just go lower. I think we can go lower, but I pay myself first, always. How much Bitcoin should I buy to be a billionaire or millionaire in the next bull markets? So that's a good question. I am very careful with price targets, right? Because a lot of people get tons of shit for giving some horrible price targets, like a 500K Bitcoin this cycle. The nonsense that you hear on social media is baffling. So what I will say is my expectation for Bitcoin, and I thought it was pretty tame, pretty realistic, was for the bull market was between 130 and 160K. We went all the way up to 126. So we didn't even hit the lower part of my estimation. So with that being said, I would probably give a range of 160 to 200-ish. And let's just take 200 for simplicity's sake. Well, that's 5. You need 5 Bitcoins. But again, don't hold me to that prediction. I'm only doing it because you asked me on the stream. My last prediction was off by $4,000, and I don't have a crystal ball. So hope that answers your question. If my crypto investment is side money with profits made by trading, should I keep 100% of those profits to buy in the bear market or take home some profits even in the bear market? Good question. Look, it depends what you need, right? Like, what do you need to live? What do you want to grow? Do you want to speculate on, look, Bitcoin's just nuking now. Bitcoin's just nuking now. Sorry, one moment. I think it's important to have a balance is what I'm saying. I hold stocks, for example. I'm getting into real estate. So, guys, this is carnage, absolute carnage. So it depends. If you don't need the money, then you can look to use it towards investments. Not financial advice, of course. But if you need the money to live, then of course you use that money to fund your lifestyle. Everyone has their own situation, right? I don't know what situation you're in. How is Hype doing with all of this? Probably holding fine. Crazy. Guys, this is I know we look for scalps, but this is very, very nuky, and I am like so damn comfy in my shorts that I'm not super compelled to get aggressive here. Like, wow. Look at this price action, guys. Are you enjoying the new month? Wow. Hi, I am in Iran. Yasser B22. Hey, my man. I am your neighbor. I am in the UAE. Yeah, Relo, I'd love to see the point of control at 67K. But we're still in the golden pocket now. Dump it. I'm going to share the link to my group again if you guys want to join, in case I don't take trades on the stream. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But it's where I share all of my own trades, and the trades that you're seeing me sit in very, very comfortably. Here we go. Here we go, guys. We've officially done a $500,000 trade live. $500,000. And we've realized 380K. Dump it, baby. Dump it. How low can we go? What if we nuke to 50K from here? I'll have to stay on the live stream. Never fade the 4-year cycle. Look at that daily candle. Holy smokes, man. We're at another daily level. Wow. Hello? Any sign of life? Is this, are we just going to zero? Wow. We tend to, look, this totally makes up for the shitty price action that we get on stream sometimes. Guys, if the price continues like this, I have to stay live, right? There's nothing we can really do. I am making some nice gains on the way down. This is what I mean when I say it's good to be positioned from higher, because now you just sit comfortably and yeah. What do I need? So I've realized around 380K on this. What do I need for this to be $1 million trade? I don't know if it'll, like, let's 50K? No, not even that would do it. I'd have to add to the position. 40K? Yeah, not even that. Yeah, this, I think we're not going to do much better than what we're seeing here. So let's see. Little bit of a bounce here. Stairs up, elevator down. You shorted at 81,500. My man, awesome job. We did that as well on the live stream. You can see here, this is my other trade open, 81,500. Guys, all of the trades that you're seeing here as we print on the way down were shared in my group if you want to join. And you might as well join on Bluffin because I'd like to destroy our competition in the trading competition, which if I refresh now, let's see how we're looking. Let's see how we're looking at this trading competition. So there's thousands of teams and we're still far away from number one. We're currently second. I'm confident we can win this thing. Nice bounce. Here, I'll share this in the chat as well if you guys want to join. All right. Nuke City, man. Nuke City. Oh, we got some pretty interesting news as well breaking. Rubio says there is a prospect that Iran has agreed to negotiate aspects of nuclear program that they previously refused to mention in discussions. Is that positive? That should be positive. We are in talks with Iran. Today there is no Iranian Navy. Apparently Iran still has a lot of drones. That's what it's saying here. Strategy slides 6.6% to over 1 month low. As expected. Yeah, main concern is inflation is too high and is still rising. Robbie2920 has a very good question, and it is, after making a profitable trade, do you sit on your hands for a little? If you're very new to trading, I would recommend to do so, not financial advice. For me personally, given where I am in my trading journey, and it's been almost a decade, I can manage having a profitable trade and going at it again if I see new opportunities. But the key thing is if I see new opportunities. You can't let that high of getting a profitable trade get to you. And one thing that you can do before entering trades is assess how you were feeling emotionally. And if you're feeling very emotional, you get that nervous slash anxious slash excitement, maybe you don't take the trade. Just something to consider. It's totally reasonable to take a break. Remember, guys, this market is running 24/7. There's unlimited opportunities to trade the crypto market. So yeah, sometimes if you're a swing trader like myself, if you don't get into it, you miss the opportunity, then you might have to be a little bit more patient. But at the end of the day, there's unlimited opportunities. There really is. Interesting, guys. It's bouncing like from the level we highlighted on the chart right at that golden pocket. So we wicked below the golden pocket, and now Bitcoin is trying its best to hold this level. We're trying, guys. We're trying to hold the current level. I don't have it highlighted on this one, but it's... We're trying, we're trying. Any reason for this short, for this price action? Why are we not seeing any rally? I'll give you the answer that I gave someone on social media this morning. This guy, Vivek Sen, no major news, no announcements. Then why is Bitcoin crashing? And this guy just posts, you know, tons of engagement bait content. Because we are in a bear market. That's why. There's this too, Solomon's paradox, where Saylor says never sell your Bitcoin. And this paradox is the observation that people can give reasonable advice to others, but fail to apply this advice to their own situation. Saylor sold some Bitcoin. But basically, never sell your Bitcoin is not reasonable advice, in my opinion, of course. Never sell? You need to make some profits. What's the point? What's the point? We are bouncing from the point of control currently, but I'm not that confident. I have to keep it real with you guys. This, you know what this price action looks like, my friends? This is starting to look very, very similar to this, where Bitcoin dropped 30% in a matter of like 12 days. I don't know, guys. I'm skeptical here. Like, we could be right here, or that could have been... Let me remove the magnet. It kind of looks like we were right here. So forgive me if I'm not overly eager to go long. I'm happy to sit in my shorts. This is what I'm saying. The market gives us opportunities to short in bear markets, and you just have to take advantage of them. And if you want to see how I've been taking advantage of them, again, guys, you know where to find me. And sorry if I mention my group a lot in the live stream, especially if you're tuning in the whole time. It's just because there's always new members that join, and I think I should be sharing it as much as I can. But this is, yeah, guys. I think we could be sweeping those lows in June. I am appreciating the bear market. I'm appreciating the bear market. It is so predictable. And that's what I've been trying to say, guys. Relief rallies in bear markets are predictable. Sometimes it's not predictable to know exactly when they top, but believe me, they top. And when they do, you can get these 40% rallies in bear markets, which we've seen historically. You tend to drop much further afterwards. So I'm hoping that this is helping us advance in the trading competition, but it doesn't seem to be making that much of an impact. So yeah, Nuki price action does make it hard to find longs. Because look, even here, look, on this previous drop in Feb, you had the drop like thank you for all your guidance, bro. You're an inspiration. X8 Trend, thank you for tuning into the channel, my friend. Thank you. Is it getting a little bit dark? The sun is setting right in front of me here. Might have to flick on the lights soon, and I may take a little washroom break. But this is fun price action. This is fun. Look at that wick. Oof. Are we gonna hold the golden pocket? Is the question. Remember what I've been saying, guys. Any bear market pumps, I look for swing shorting opportunities. Every single bear market pump without fail has provided lovely swing shorting opportunities. And we've been shorting some of these Pico tops perfectly. Did I catch all of the longs in the bear market? No. I caught the one from 80K up to around 97K, and that one I made around 200K on that trade. But the short on the way down, we're looking at $500,000 trade. It's looking pretty good, guys. It's looking pretty good. Man, I go to take a shower and come out, boom, 67.8K. Yeah, man. I think that this, guys, watching this price action live, particularly if we take a look at the volume, to me, this is likely the beginning of the next big leg down. So just to give you guys an update as to what we can probably expect, again, there's no certainties in this market. I think that over the course of the next month, there's a good probability that we go at least to down here, which is around 65K. I mean, we're only a few $1,000s away. But what would be interesting is down to here. There's a chance, like in previous bear markets, we've seen us sweep these lows, and then we get another little bounce, and then we chop around, and then going into the end of the year is when we get that final capitulation lower. So we have that to consider. But for now, guys, this market hasn't been too difficult. Prime time events. It's so hard to take profits and spend them personally knowing that it would be double in a few months. No, it's not. But guys, remember, that's a great problem to have. Always, always, always take profits on your trades. It doesn't matter if you think Bitcoin's going to go to 40K. Take profits on your trades. Look, I'm confident in Bitcoin going lower over the course of this year. You've heard me say it time and time again on the channel. But doesn't mean that I don't take profits on the way down. Look, I took tons of profits from this big short trade. Tons. So I'm always advocating for taking profits. Not financial advice. You can do what you want, but I always take profits. Always. But it's interesting. We are getting a bounce currently from the golden pocket. We highlighted this. I just didn't personally take it, but we're currently into the golden pocket. What we've seen though is that over the course of the US session, we can go and tap back into these levels, which makes it a little bit more interesting. So again, to be perfectly honest with you guys, with this kind of nuke price action, I am not inclined to have any kind of big long positions at all. I'm happy in my big shorts. I sit in my shorts and I'm comfy in them. And everyone that's been in my free group knows about this short. I shared exactly when I entered the trade, when I added to my position, when I take profits. It is free, guys. It's the first link in the description down below if you'd like to join. I'll send it in the chat right now. And I'm going to flick on some lights now. You just have to DM me the keywords CBM and you'll be able to join my group where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. It's crazy, bro. You're the biggest inspiration. Ever since I'm profitable from listening to your advice, I'm just shocked how you can make money out of thin air. Thanks to you, bro. And that's the thing with trading, right? It's genuinely like printing money out of thin air. But you can also lose money out of thin air, right? I don't want to make it seem like it's all sunshine and rainbows because there are moments where you lose on the market. But it is a great feeling to have this kind of skill set. And my edge is in crypto. Some of you guys asked me to trade stocks and, oil, these kinds of things. And I've done it before, but Bitcoin bull markets and Bitcoin bear markets historically for me have been the most profitable to trade. But I'm glad I could help you guys out. Keith Jones 3407. I took 50% profits on my short today. Absolutely awesome, man. Congratulations. And that's how you want to play it, guys. You take profits, and I'm sure that 50% profit is an amount where you're like, damn, I'm happy with the profits I took, but you also have good exposure in case we just move even lower. So that makes me very happy. I'm happy that you guys do so, and you don't just comfortable in shorts. Yes, sir, Ryan Pride, I am comfortable in shorts. Primetime events, I'm saying using the profits towards personal buys rather than investing in just holding Bitcoin. Yeah, that I understand. Look, everything that you do in this life, everything. Let me turn on the lights. Sorry, guys. Anyways, everything that you do in this life has a trade-off. There's a trade-off for everything, right? If you decide to take significant profits on the trade and you want to buy yourself materialistic things, then to each their own. I mean, you can do that, right? And who doesn't like nice stuff? But then there's always the trade-off of, okay, what if I use this capital to allocate towards my future, towards future investments? So it's a price you have to pay, and it's a good problem to have, to question what you should be using your profits for. But You just have to make the right decision for yourself. I've talked about it on stream before that materialistic things are, for the most part, pointless, because life at the end of the day is all about your experiences and your relationships with people. That's all that really matters. I use money as a way to buy more time, and I like to be able to spend my time doing whatever the hell I want to do. And one of those things I like doing is the live stream with you guys. And then in the mornings, I have my routine where no one could get in touch with me whatsoever. And I just enjoy life. So you need to be strategic about how you use your money. And if you want to buy nice stuff, you can. But just understand the trade-offs that you're making. And you also want to have a nice balance between the future and the present, because where I am right now in Dubai, I'm surrounded by a lot of entrepreneurs that are always thinking about future, 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 future. And it's really inspiring because that's how some of the most successful people in the world have gotten ahead, always thinking about what comes next, what's the future. However, I find that sometimes here there is a lack for, outside of the scammers that are always partying, um, there is sometimes a lack of optimizing for the present moment and truly enjoying the present moment. So you just have to decide what you want to do, right? Prioritize the future, but also enjoy the present moment. And ideally, you can select how you spend the present moment. So we are getting that bounce. Sorry for that yap. So we are getting that bounce, guys. We're getting a bounce currently at the value area, sorry, the golden pockets. So this is interesting. We're getting a little bit of buying here, but this is an ugly candle. And the issue with these candles is, you see something like this. Yesterday on the stream, we went long. I took some profits, put my stop loss to break even, and then I got stopped out because look at this price action today. So just when you think it can't go any lower, what if it goes lower, right? So that's why I said I'm not overly eager to take a trade. You guys know I'll take a trade now and then on the stream. If I see the opportunity today, I'll take the trade. But for me right now, I'm not super inclined to take a trade. I don't feel the need to. I'm in a big short. I have this other smaller short that was shared on the stream as well. And first and foremost, it's shared within my group for free. But aside from that, guys, we're chilling. We're chilling. JV97, 285% in profits. This is the biggest trade of my career so far. Congratulations, first and foremost. My non-financial advice is to take profits. The worst feeling is round tripping. Dennis Tennis, what will we hit first, 80K or 60K? In my opinion, we're going to hit 60K first. I think this sweeps the bottom again, to be honest. Let's see. Do you only trade Bitcoin? No. I trade other crypto assets too. But for the most part, my bigger trades tend to be in Bitcoin. The 4-year cycle is still intact. Of course it is. Did we really have any doubts? Did we really have any doubts? Do you trade TradFi assets? No. Trade, like, I've done it before, right? However, I'm more of like a spot holder for TradFi. Hey Matt, I tried to go over the stream to find where you talked about why altcoins are not falling as much as Bitcoin, but I couldn't. Please go over it again in a short overview. Sure, no worries. So if we look at okay, so just because, guys, you're gonna have to refresh the stream if you didn't already. So just because Bitcoin dominance is dropping, it doesn't mean that altcoins are just going to go on these parabolic runs. We've had a couple of outperformers, of course, that always happens. But globally, taking a look at the crypto markets, this means with Bitcoin dropping and altcoins currently where they're at, altcoins are dropping less than Bitcoin. So it's not just when Bitcoin is in an uptrend, it's also when Bitcoin is in a downtrend. If altcoins are severely underperforming, altcoins are underperforming Bitcoin to the downside, if that makes sense. So it means Bitcoin is actually dropping more than alts, but alts are still dropping in this kind of market. Alts have been battered against Bitcoin for so long. So yeah, it can happen where Bitcoin dominance goes down while Bitcoin is going down, and alts also go down for the most part. Some select outperformers. Details by Edison. Matsur, I'm very grateful. I appreciate what you do. Man, keep doing it. My man, I will keep doing it. Thank you for tuning into the channel. Guys, let's do a like count. How are we looking? How are we looking? 284 likes. I think we could do better than that. We're coming up almost on 3 hours of the live stream. I don't think I will be doing a 7-hour live stream today, but we'll see. We'll see how we feel. Keep in mind, this is new to me, trying to do these longer live streams. I'm getting used to it, but I have to say, last night, after my 7-hour live stream, or just about, I went for a walk, I went to sleep, and I woke up 11 hours later. 11 hours. And I woke up kind of tired. So it takes a toll on you for sure, but it's fun. It's a good time. I find that it's like you're at a big event and you're just socializing with people nonstop for however many hours you stay live. Are you a full-time trader? Yes, I am a full-time trader. There's no way that I'd be making hundreds of thousands of dollars trading the market, sometimes per month, and not be a full-time trader. I don't, I value my time a lot. New to your channel, Matt. I also think you deserve more than 250 likes. Nibbles86, thank you, my man. I appreciate the comment. Let's see. I think we're gonna go and sweep these lows. PY Gauze. If you want to buy alts, then buy based on when Bitcoin bottoms. To be honest, I wouldn't try to buy them beforehand for people that want to buy them, and wouldn't really touch things out of the top 50. Yes and no. I'm actually going to disagree a little bit there, because historically there are periods where altcoins can bottom out before Bitcoin does in the bear market. So it is something to consider. But again, if you've been tuning into the channel for a while, I've been advocating against altcoins for the past 1.5 years, while all of your favorite bullish crypto influencers have been talking about this supposed altcoin season non-stop. I'm going to keep on harping on that, because I feel like I can give myself credit for it. I've been very bearish on alts while maintaining a massive Bitcoin spot portfolio. And ultimately, that gave me the upside, and it minimized my downside risk, while everyone was left chasing crappy altcoins, and everyone was getting promised these 100x, 1000x, just because it happened in the past. But the reason why alts didn't perform super well this cycle is simply because, well, there's a couple of reasons. The main one being monetary policy, because we were in a period of quantitative tightening versus quantitative easing. So it meant that the Fed's balance sheet was relatively restricted. They were reducing their balance sheet. And number two, with the introduction of something like Pump Fund, where now anyone and their grandmother can create altcoins out of thin air, we entered a phase in the market where there's millions of altcoins. So, and despite creating so many more altcoins, alts just continue to bleed against Bitcoin, and this is exemplified in Bitcoin dominance's uptrend. So that's that, right? And unfortunately, I know a lot of people that joined the channel being down significantly on their alts. And I got a lot of hate for being bearish on alts. But finally, some people have crossed over. Williams World 83. William is in the house. I gave you a like as always. My man, I saw your comment. I saw your comment on my live stream after the fact yesterday saying 7 hours. You're crazy, man. Yeah, it was a good one yesterday. Randy Rhodes, Matsir, can you do a general overview of where we are currently at? Yep, no worries. I will do that. Let's just wait a little bit. Let's just wait a little bit. But noted, we will talk about it. Zero G, please mention the price when you say any expansion like value area higher sweep below, because not all of us can figure it out. Thank you very much. I mean, it really depends on what exchange you're looking at, but usually, and I talked about this yesterday, when Bitcoin gets acceptance, so we're in a big range, right, guys? We're in a big range. We've been in the same range for quite some time. And the bigger the range, the more Bitcoin respects its levels. So I've taken a volume profile here, which is a very basic feature on TradingView. And what you'll notice is when Bitcoin holds on to or reclaims its value area low, which is this yellow line down, which was at around $65,000, it trends towards the value area high. Now the value area high is currently at around just below $76,000. So what this means is you hold on to it and you trend towards the upside, marking great long triggers. And the bigger the range, the more Bitcoin respects this. However, it is also true that the downside applies. So if Bitcoin pops above this volume profile and we start back testing the value area high as resistance, well, the natural move, and sometimes it doesn't happen quickly, is to trend towards the value area low. So that basically means when Bitcoin broke below $76,000 and we had a back test which acted as resistance from the value area high, we dropped, and now we're already almost at the point of control of this range, which is just below $67,000, and we're also almost tapping into the value area low. So this is a very interesting zone. So maybe we get there already, because right now this is a really ugly candle, very ugly candle. And as I said, I'm not particularly eager to go long here. I have massive shorts in this market, and if we trend towards this level, it becomes very attractive. Right now we got a little reaction at the golden pocket, but it's not anything significant, really. So my expectation is that we're going to sweep this low again. A lot of selling pressure, and this is exemplified on the Coinbase Premium Index, where you can see here there is just so much selling pressure. Yesterday we saw the ETFs with around $500 million worth of outflows, most of it coming from BlackRock, of course. So now we wait and see. Do you use the waves method for trading? No. When you say sweep the lower, what price do you mean? Oh, just here. Like the low that we hit today, 67.6. Based on what I'm seeing here and based on the selling pressure, it looks like we can easily tap into it again. But let's see. Maybe we get the reaction. Maybe we just pump from here. Nibbles 86. Appreciate you, Matt. Irish guy watching from a bar in Malaysia. My man, enjoy the brewski. I sold at 50K of holdings months ago. When would you start layering in again? Well, first and foremost, if you guys want to know when I'm going to be buying Bitcoin in this bear market and when I'm going to be entering swing longs, and if I decide to take any new big trades, it's going to be shared in my group before any other content. The thing that I'm going to do with this group over the long term is I may not be posting tons of YouTube content, let's say in years down the line. The idea is that we get a big enough group of people that are so into the crypto markets and are really interested in it, that I can start doing private live streams in there. That's the end game, I think. So if you want to see how I'm operating in this market from a trading perspective, it's completely free, and from a spot portfolio perspective, you can join. The only requirement is that you've signed up with any of these affiliate exchange links down below, and I typically recommend Bluffin. But to answer your question, I am personally going to start DCAing into Bitcoin below 60K, and the lower we go, the more aggressive that I get with my buys. And the reason why I'm comfortable waiting for lower rather than just slowly entering here is because I have really good exposure from the past bear market. So that's how I've been able to do this. Let's see if Bitcoin can hold this golden pocket. We're getting a little bit of a reaction here. Hype is slipping slightly. How are we doing? Refreshing the trading competition again. We're making up a little bit of ground. I think we could come first, guys. If you want to join this trading competition and you've signed up with me on Bluffin, you can join. I'll share the link in the chat here again. But guys, if you're already trading on another exchange, just join on Bluffin, guys. It's not too difficult. And if you don't want to join on Bluffin, well, you have other options down below. 2-bit, weeks, BTCC, tons of bonuses. I entered my other short on weeks as well. I saw a question about Dubai. How's life in Dubai? It's great, guys. It's great. Love it here. Last bear market, I was fortunate to buy Bitcoin at approximately 17K, but spot. Next low, I take swing long on futures, hopefully. Guys, I don't want to make it seem like it's very easy. In fact, it's the reverse, right? This whole bear market, I've been entering swing shorts when we get those big pumps. So if we see signs of the bottom for Bitcoin being in, then it's maybe the ultimate bottom won't be caught, although I'll definitely try in my group. So if you're interested, you know where to find me. But the higher probability, the higher odds are to catch it on after a rally. If we come back down and the correction looks a little bit, it's corrective and it's not another impulsive move to the downside, that's when you get it. And that could be $5,000 to $10,000 higher from the ultimate bottom. But once we go, sometimes we just take off. So we'll have to see. I'm actually excited to play that. It's going to be a whole different psychological thing because I think we're going to get low enough where people will want to give up on crypto. And I myself have had a lot of success since the bull market top in October of 2025, shorting relief rallies, but I'm going to have to pivot my stance too and start looking for swing longs. So I've been bearish, guys. I've been very, very bearish. And you can see why with this kind of price action, but it's going to shift. It's going to shift. It has to shift. You ever been to the States? DBA Fitness. Yep, I've been to the States. I've been to Texas multiple times. I also went to, I can't remember, but when I was younger, I played a lot of football, soccer tournaments in the States as well. Great show. I always hit the like. Which one of your affiliate links do you recommend for us in the US? So that's another thing. I can't give financial advice and I can't tell you guys based on your region. What I do know is that there are options for everyone down below. We have 4 different exchanges. And I think, I'm not going to advocate for a VPN, but these exchanges, most of them are non-KYC, I believe. So I hope that answers your question, but I can't tell you based on your region. I trade on basically all of these. My biggest positions are on Bluffin, as I've shared often. Heavy resistance here, we should go up to 69K first. You mean heavy support? Where are you from? You sound straight American. Guys, do I sound American? Like, if you didn't know where I was from, do I sound American? I'm actually Canadian, guys. Born in Canada. First language was actually French. Interesting. What do you do during the day otherwise there? Phantom Trailer TV. Swimming, enjoying, or just working? In Dubai, you mean? Oh, yeah. So basically, my morning routine, which I talked about in the last live stream. The live streams are long, right? So we can chat about it. But I take my health and fitness very, very seriously. So the first little bit of the day, like, you won't hear from me. So I'm exercising, getting some sun, grabbing a nice coffee. If I can, try to have breakfast with a friend. But yeah, then I prepare for the live stream. I update my group if there are any relevant updates to share. Today was more of a jokes kind of thing. We shared another crypto influencer that said he's bullish, and usually when that happens, we dump. So sometimes there's updates in the group. Then I come on the stream as I'm preparing, and then I stream until, like, right now it's already 7 p.m., right? So I have a pretty locked in routine. I only really take one day off during the week. And that is usually Saturday. So I take one full day off during the week where I don't pay attention to charts and stuff. And that's my routine, man. I'll play tennis as well, depending on how the schedule is lining up. But yeah, particularly when I'm already in a big swing shorting opportunity, like, I look for setups, but if I don't see anything attractive enough, and the thing is, when you're already in a big trade as I am, it's sometimes difficult to find a new setup that you would deem attractive enough to keep your eyes off of the existing trade. So you guys know I've been in this trade for months. I've taken a lot of profits on the way down. I've looked for new entries, which I've executed on. And now, again, trading is, swing trading in particular, is a patience game. Sir, who is selling off? Everyone. Elio Teardrop. French here. Hi, Matsira. I've been following you for a short time. Awesome. Use the word washroom shows that you're from Canada. I love your hairstyle. Thanks, man. You guys will see me at one point. I'll go back to the buzz cut. I used to have a buzz cut. I'll go back to it at some point. Montreal. Sounds more Canadian to me, but I am from the US. Is hype in the red here? Yeah, it's tough to fight this Bitcoin price action. Honestly, I've never met a mean Canadian. I'm sure they exist. Yeah, they exist. They exist. Some of your comments are funny. I'm Colombian, following you for a long time. Nice. So you could see here, guys, that 15-minute candle close, we closed below the level I have highlighted. So this to me suggests that we're probably going to sweep the lows. Like I said, even on this move up, we got like a, $800 bounce. This is very, very low time frame. Shorts are still looking good. Still happy with the positions that I'm currently in. My ex was a mean Canadian. Yikes. If you still have considerable Bitcoin, would you be selling Bitcoin now? Guys, you don't sell when we're dumping. Not financial advice, of course. You can do what you want, but I shared it. Again, if you guys want the updates that I'm personally doing, you get them in my group. I sold Bitcoin well over $100,000, like into all-time highs. However, I didn't sell quite as much as I wanted to. I wanted some more cash. So what I did is I also waited for a Bitcoin relief rally. So when Bitcoin hit around 65, 70K, 60K, and we had the bounce, I told my premium group members that I'm actually going to offload some more Bitcoin above $80,000. And that was shared in my group as well. So I sold some more Bitcoin when we pumped up to $80,000. Keep in mind, I did accumulate from much lower levels in the previous bear market, but I wanted a little bit extra cash, right? And so I did sell. But when you're dumping like this, it's hard for me to say, yeah, man, it's time to sell. And we're going to sweep these lows as we just discussed. So it's, I don't know if I can give you a straight answer to that, but if you wanted to get rid of some exposure, as I did, you sell on relief rallies, not on dumps. Matt, bro, thank you for doing these. Are you thinking we might go down to the 0.786 fib? I was thinking of exiting my short around 0.65 since we haven't tapped into that yet. It really depends like how much patience you want to have with that. If you're, my general rule of thumb, irrespective of the level that you're eyeing, is that if you're very content with the profits that you've made, then always take some off the table. Always. That's what I would typically recommend. That's my non-financial advice. It's what I do. As you can see here, guys, we talked about this earlier in the stream. I've been continuously taking profits on the way down and sharing it with my group members along the way. As I took profits, I wanted to compound this position as well. So I added more on the relief rally. So I added more to this short. And so trade's looking really, really good overall. Let's see. This trade is hopefully going to be held for some time. Vincent, how much of your total trading portfolio do you put in a trade? I normally only risk 1 to 5% of my total trading portfolio per trade. Some people say 5% is too much. It's worked for me historically because I size in When I take 5% trades, you know that it's a serious one, and it's one that I have a little bit more conviction in. The best feel. Oh, there you go, guys. The low has officially been taken. It's just, guys, the point of control is $500 lower now. We're below the 2021 all-time high. The 4-hour candle closes in 40 minutes. I have not taken a trade. I'm just sitting in the shorts. Just sitting in the shorts. Maybe a little double bottom here or something. What would you do if you're not in a trade? That's a good question. And that's why I have to keep repeating, guys. I can only share with you what I am personally doing. The reason I'm interested in longs, as I've explained at the beginning of the stream, is because I'm in massive shorts. So it's good to look for hedges in this market. If I wasn't in any trade, I don't know if I'd be doing anything, to be honest, which is probably not the answer you want to hear. Yeah, stare at the chart. That's what I would do. Just go like this. Meanwhile, stocks are doing great. Of course they are, guys. Of course. All-time high after all-time high after all-time high after all-time high. We talked about this, guys. It's the price we have to pay. We outperform to the upside in a bull market, in a bear market. It doesn't matter if stocks are making all-time highs. Bitcoin can continue to drop. Holding 10K XRP at 18 years old. Any advice? Andreas DDDDD. I have publicly said that I think XRP is a shit coin. It's centralized. They hold a ton of it. I can't give you investment or financial advice, but my opinion of XRP is that it's a shit coin. And just look at the type of people online that are always talking about XRP. Some of them have believed since 2017 that one XRP could be the equivalent of $10,000. No comment. No comment. But they have a very strong community, right? Vivek, stop spamming, please. How are we looking? How are we looking on the like tab? 347. There's 482 of you watching, guys. Yeah, Vivek, my man, if you spam, I can assure you that I will answer your question last. Sorry, guys. We gotta be considerate of others. I will answer your question though. I read it. Question, where do you think right now is the next big support for Bitcoin? So I was looking at the golden pocket. We're now like deep into it and we're getting close to the point of control. The point of control is the reason why this is important to explain it to you guys is because it's basically the zone where we have the most amount of volume in this entire Bitcoin range that we've been in since end of January. And so the bulls would want to hold on to there. I think locally it can provide a bounce, and it's currently $500 away. So let's see. Let's see, guys. And then, of course, as I talked about, the value area high trending towards the value area low, that next level is $65,500. What was the reason behind the Bitcoin drop today, please? We broke the trend. We're in a bear market, right? You should always be prepared mentally for Bitcoin to drop. The bear market continues to play out. The bear market just continues to play out. Look at this volume down here. Massive, massive volume. Everyone always looks for a reason, but technically speaking, the chart was bearish. Look at this. It's just nothing but downtrend. Don't fight the trend, my friends. Don't fight the trend. Meanwhile, I say that as I'm looking for a long, but again, it's only because I'm hedged in this market. The short continues to print. I don't know what else I can say. All right, Vivek, let's answer your question. Can Bitcoin fall 78% from all-time highs? My answer to that question, my friends, is I don't think that the probabilities favor that. 78% would be significant. So just to give you historical context again, Bitcoin has dropped in its first cycle 93% from all-time high to bear market low. Then the next cycle 85% from all-time high to all-time low. From all-time high to next bear market low. Then 84% all-time high to the next bear market low. And last bear market, from the high to the bear market low, we dropped approximately 77%. This cycle, we have dropped 50%. That was the lowest that we dropped, just over 50%. And so what this means is every cycle we see less and less drawdown. But I don't think that this is a reasonable low, 60K, simply because look at the drawdown from cycle to cycle and how much lower we've been dropping from cycle to cycle. It's usually less than 10% difference between the cycles. So I've given often, one second, let me just check the price. I've often given the target of 60 to 65% drop. And again, I think that that's a very, very generous target for Bitcoin, considering how much more we've dropped in the previous cycles. So if we take that, that would basically put Bitcoin, 60% drop would put Bitcoin to below $50,000, and a 65% drop would put Bitcoin to the low-ish 40K zone. I don't think that that's unreasonable. I really, really don't. So, yeah, make of that information what you will. I'm personally going to start slowly DCAing in below 60K. But we could drop 70%, which would put us even lower. But you can't be deterministic about these things. You know, if you want exposure, you slowly get that exposure as we head lower. That's all I can really say. Not financial advice, as always. I'm just sharing with you what I'm personally doing. And what I have been personally doing has been shorting the crap out of this market, making money on the way down, and using this money to buy some more Bitcoin when we head towards those bear market lows. I won't get it perfect, but I'll try to get close enough. Last bear market cycle, I bought between that 16K bottom up to around 30K, and I was dollar cost averaging in that range almost blindly. So yeah, I'll guide you guys along the way. I'll do my best to do so on the live stream and within my content. But if you really want the insights as to the trades that I'm taking on the way down, and my exact entries and stuff like that, you have the first link in the description down below if it interests you. It is completely free. And the reason I promote it as free is because you're trading with your own money. So if you DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram, which I just shared in the chat, you're able to join that group. The only requirement is that you've signed up with one of these affiliate exchange links and you start trading on there as you normally do. So I typically recommend Bluffin, but we have other options for members that want to use other options. And now Bitcoin just continues its descent. It's like, guys, the point of control of this range is at 67,000, and I think this thing's just gonna, like, it's just not looking good. Look at the 4 hour. Jeez. The strategy has not changed. On relief rallies in the bear market, you look for swing shorting opportunities. And I shared those opportunities on the channel, within my group. And now it's just a matter of patience, right? Just a matter of patience. I'm actually going to take some profits from my scalp, which turned into a swing. So this one. Let's do another 25% of that position. So now we've secured 30K on this one. I'm just going to share this with my group, as I normally do. Sorry guys, I just we did this in the last live stream too. I have to update my group when I have any adjustments. Like it's showing no signs of slowing down, you know? I'd love to take along, guys, but this is just what am I meant to say? What am I meant to do here, guys? What's the difference between close and flash close on Bluffin? Oh, first and foremost, this trade, this smaller trade that you're seeing here, is actually on weeks. So close is basically you have to enter the price that you want to close. Flash close is like you do markets, so you enter it immediately. On Bluffin, it works a little bit differently, where you can see here. So I've realized around 380 on this one, and you just click flash close. You could do market. So flash close on Bluffin would basically just close the entire trade, which I most certainly don't want to do because I think Bitcoin can go lower. Market, it'll ask me to basically enter the percentage. So if I do market, it'll ask me what percentage of the existing trade do I want to close? And that's how you can close part of your position. So as you can see here, guys, I've been taking profits on the way down, even though the position is still a big position. Holy smokes, Bitcoin is just absolutely nuking, guys. Did we get that point of control tap? We must have at this point, right? Yeah, we did. Did we? Give me a wick to sub 67. My gosh, guys, this is just unreal. How many people told you that the bull market was back? How many people told you that the bull market was back? How many people said that the bears would get wrecked? How many people doubted the 4-year cycle? I think we could still get a bounce, but I'm comfy in the shorts, and there's nothing else to really say, my friends. There's nothing else to really say. So nuky. This is think about it once, dude. If it drops, keeps on getting reduced, the time will come up. Guys, but the banana zone, but altcoin season, but Michael Saylor, never sell your Bitcoin. Guys, let's be real. I've been doing my best to give you guys a realistic view of the market, and I've been sharing all of my trades along the way in my group. If you're watching the stream and you don't want a bullshit crypto creator and crypto trader, you know where to find me. It is completely free as long as you're trading with your own capital. If you want to join my group, you know where to find me, guys. Again, just to set the expectations correctly, I am not someone that jumps into a gazillion different trades every single day. You've heard of signal groups before. I don't do that. I'm a swing trader. I enter my trades based on the market structure, and I sit on my hands until the trades either play out or get invalidated. So let's see, can we get a bounce from the point of control? Because this is becoming a very, very interesting zone. It's just, I'm not inclined to long, and right now it's been the correct decision, guys. Regular dude, you don't have to act sad because you think everyone is bearish. I don't act sad. I actually think most of you guys that are watching the channel here have been bearish with me along the way. Every single relief rally of this Bitcoin bear market, we've shorted. Did I get some trades wrong? Absolutely I did. But every single major relief rally near the tops, I've either added to my big short or I've entered a new short. I entered short at $81,500, shared in my group and on the stream. I added to my existing short right at around like 76K, but because my entry was all the way up here, it didn't really matter. And yeah, we also caught this long on the way up. Now we're getting a little bit of a bounce. So let's see. I would want Bitcoin to grab some upside liquidity. It'd be nice if we didn't just nuke in a straight line, to be honest. And I'm not just saying that. Obviously, it benefits my shorts, but let's get some kind of reaction from here, yeah? Used to watch scalpers like Chento, when in fact, staying in trades for a few hours at least seems ideal to me. Would that be called swinging? Absolutely not, JK Trades. My man, swinging is... Guys, sometimes I hold trades for weeks, even months. When you have a thesis, you respect the thesis. And my thesis has been that Bitcoin will drop significantly over the course of this year. So any relief rallies I've added to my position, of course I'm not stupid. I don't just never take profits. I took a lot of profits from my trade down below here. A lot. But you still keep good exposure in the event that we continue to drop, which is what we're seeing right now. Let's see, guys. We're basically at the point of control. I would expect the bulls to put some kind of fight, have some kind of fighting power here. This is where we have the most amount of volume in the entire range that Bitcoin has been in since end of Jan. So, yeah. Jim Cramer was bearish a few days ago. Bounce? He is a good inverse signal, so let's see. But you understand the saying now in bear markets, staircase up, elevator down? This is it. Now let's see, do we get a decent bounce? If we were to get a bounce, guys, I would say first target and first, or sorry, a massive target, not first, depending on the lower time frames. There's just nothing. It's not giving me anything here. But I would, if we got fortunate to bounce up to here, it would be a big, big TP zone. Let's see, guys. Let's see. But no knife catch? I mean, you could do it if you want to. I'm not in a knife catching mood. But maybe I should be. Maybe I take a little scalp. We'll see. We'll see, guys. How are we doing on the competition? I'm hoping that everyone is printing. That would be nice. We're making a little bit of ground up here. But this guy's still ranked number 1. And there's thousands of teams. So I think we can win this. I'm going to share the link again, guys, in the chat. If you're on Bluffin, you might as well join. Did I read a comment saying, sorry guys, a lot of people tuning in. Let me get through some of these comments. Banana zone, yep. Meanwhile, S&P 500 just made a new all-time high. It makes you wonder, why are you trading this asset class, right? Why are we trading this asset class? But it's because when we get the upside can often be far more significant than the stock market. And that's the price we pay. When we're in a bear market, Bitcoin will continue to underperform the stock market. It's just, look at the previous cycles, guys. Stocks can make all-time highs and Bitcoin can continue to struggle until we create that bear market bottom. I have been holding a short for 1.5 months. Exactly. Do you work also with long and short ratio, doing mostly the opposite of what retail is doing? I use it, right? Some of you were asking about long and short ratio and liquidity, but I use it as confluence. It's not necessarily like, oh, everyone's shorting, therefore I go long, everyone's longing, therefore I go short. That's not how it works. But I use it to add confluence to my analysis. You want to look for the most amount of confluence as possible. Interesting move here. Are we getting that bounce? Are we getting that bounce from the zone? Who went long? In the chat, let me know who went long. Did you see Zcash last night? No, I wasn't even looking at it. Ganesh, the competition is based on volume. We need opportunity to open new trades and add volume. Yes and no, because I actually checked. So there's thousands of teams in the competition, right? And we're number 2 based on volume, but we're also in the top, or last time I checked, we were in the top 10 based on profits as well. So it's not just volume, you know, we want to be profitable. Now we might be in the top 15, but there's still thousands of groups. So it's still really, really impressive. Like, you guys are awesome traders. I was going to go long, but decided to buy some spot while waiting for a better opportunity to long. Pharma Weeb, look, man, that's totally okay. If you believe in the asset class long term, that's totally fine. I'm not going to tell you what to do with your own money, but yeah, I would imagine that, in my opinion, of course, we look back at this price in a few years, and this would be considered an attractive level, but it's not attractive enough for me to buy it, considering my past entries. Migs Crypto, my man, there are no more CME gaps. I hope you tuned into the news. Was it yesterday? Did it happen on Friday? There are no more CME gaps, and the CME gaps are no longer relevant. They shouldn't be part of your analysis whatsoever. They launched 24/7 crypto trading, so there are no more CME gaps, in case you guys didn't know. Yeah, selling pressure is crazy. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the bear market, where millionaires are made on the way down. Welcome. No, previous open gaps are still irrelevant. Are irrelevant now. The only buying pressure, as Grigor says, is bears taking profit. Yeah. I shared it in my group. I took some more profits off of this short. Still holding the big one. Does this make sense? The drops are getting smaller and smaller in the cycle. There will only be time to go up. No, that doesn't make sense, because the pumps for Bitcoin from cycle low to cycle high have also dropped. So what this means is, when we hit whatever the bear market bottom is, the multiples on Bitcoin alone are far, far less than what they were in the previous cycles. So basically, we'll get to the point where the asset class has matured so much where we'll probably incrementally go up, and maybe it'll start acting like the stock market, where 20% dumps are considered big dumps. But right now, it's I'm just very happy with how we can take advantage of this kind of volatility. We're living in a special era where we can still take advantage of Bitcoin's volatility to the upside and to the downside. It's awesome. Yeah, with how much Bitcoin is dumping, I'm not looking to long the point of control here, guys. Like, unless we get a sharp reaction and we see some buying pressure, the next important level for me, guys, is the 65K pivots from the value area low. What did we say in the last live stream when Bitcoin was around there? And the one before that? You get acceptance into the value area high, you drop into the value area low. And sometimes it happens fast. I can't say I expected it to happen this fast, but you know how it goes. Staircase up, elevator down. We worked hard on this relief rally, but now our time has come. Magic 0007, my man, it would be irresponsible of me to tell you to short. I cannot do that. First, I can't give you financial advice. Second of all, look at this price action, guys. As we discussed on the channel time and time again, the time to go short is when everyone is bullish near the tops that we create. So this big short that you're seeing here, I've added to the position. I went short right here at this peak at 98, took a lot of profits at 63 and along the way. And then I added more to my short right around 75, 76K. Average entry ended up coming back down, just held the position. And then we also went short at $81,500 when we had that Clarity Act pump. And everyone was super bullish, as we've come to expect. Perfect time to go short. So to answer your question, I can't tell you to go short now because look at this dump. You don't short when you see a big red candle. You short when Bitcoin starts looking toppy, right? From a risk to reward perspective, yeah. But let's see. Yeah, legalize 420 gaming 6. Yeah, I agree. Despite this horrible price action, given the fact that I am in some I'm in some big positions, it makes sense to look for longs to hedge against my positions. But we're not really showing that much sign of slowing down, right? Tony Montana, what price is crucial not to capitulate? I don't know. Do you guys consider this capitulation or what? This looks pretty damn bad to me. If you're a bull, this looks pretty damn bad. Gosh. The amount of people that were bullish at the top again. We're seeing this happen in real time. By the way, I'm in your premium group. Nice, man. My man. And your short from 97K is still running? What a legend. Guys, in my premium group, we entered Bitcoin, the short, at $98,000. Took profits on the way down, 97, 98K. And then I added more to my position after I took some profits. This was all shared for free in the group. If you guys want to join, it is completely free. All you have to do is DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram, and you'll get access to that group for free. You're trading with your own capital, right? So the way that it works is you message the group CBM, and you'll get greeted by a bot, which effectively just asks you to sign up to any of these exchanges. Once you've signed up, you deposit whatever money you're comfortable trading with, and you start trading. Some people are trading with $500. Some people are trading with 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, even a few millionaires in the group as well. But yeah, I would just make Bluffin your go-to exchange if you're interested. 2bit's also a very solid option. We got weeks, whatever you want. And you get the bonuses, obviously, but you also get access to my insights for free. It's different in the sense of I'm not just posting a gazillion signals per day. I just post the trades that I take, and I'm a swing trader, so oftentimes I'm not taking a ridiculous amount of trades. There's been even weeks where I haven't added or taken a trade. So I'm patient. I'm pretty patient, guys. I love to hear the testimonials as well on the live stream. It makes me very happy. I'm so glad that I'm in your group. Love it. I'm so glad you're in my group as well, and I'm so glad that you're loving it as well. Do you have Discord? No, it's all on Telegram, guys. First link in the description down below. But also, there's no stress. Like, it is a free group, and I get some people prefer to trade on their exchanges, whatever. But I'm still going to be doing the live streams for now. Still going to be doing the content in general. So I hope you at least get insights from this content if you don't want to even join the group. So I just share all my updates much faster. And before sharing it on the YouTube channel, I share it within the group. Also, you haven't had an issue with 2bit, even with a decent amount of capital? I've only really traded with 2bit. I think it was the most that I had on there was like 100K. So I haven't experimented with as much as I have on Bluffin right now. But no, it shouldn't be an issue. Yaz Shah, been loving the streams, Matir. Thank you. And I recognize your name every time, guys. I think we're growing a really good community. I recognize most people that are jumping on this. Hey man, can you turn up the music volume a little bit? I cannot hear it. Your voice is loud and clear. Okay, guys. No worries. No worries. I thought it was pretty loud, but if I can... Is that better? You're gonna get me bobbing my head now. Yeah, we're trying to hold on to the point of control. Would you ever consider offering a monthly subscription to join your group for those that would like to trade on a different exchange? I've considered it, but part of me likes the fact that it's a free group, right? Because you're just trading with your own money. But we'll see what we can do. No promises though. Actually, if everyone gets to know about this Bitcoin thing, everyone will get rich. I want to take a long, to be honest. It's just... Guys, we wiped out so many. Another sweep, and I may consider. Wow. Okay, guys. Look, this can continue to the downside. It can, but we're starting to show some signs of bottoming out. Look, I want to be extremely clear about this. There's 500 of you watching. There's a chance that over the course of this month, we sweep these lows and we don't actually go that much further. We have seen historically in bear markets where what happens is into June, you create another low. So you just about graze this, you sweep it. And then what happens is you get a bounce and you're like this for like a month until the next potential capitulation. So I don't want to make it seem like this move has to be the next one that brings us down to 50K or maybe even 45K. There's a chance that we have some frustrating price action after the whatever low materializes in June. We've seen this before in bear markets. How are we doing? Trading competition. We're playing catch up. We're playing catch up. Let's get us to number one. I'm sharing this in the chat again. I'm tired of winning. I know why we are dumping. I'm not gonna repeat that on stream, but you never know. If I start saying some nonsense on the stream, maybe I get banned by YouTube. Okay, I'll turn on the music somewhere in between. There you go. Yeah, let's do a like count. How are we doing? How are we doing, guys? 395. We could do more than that. We're almost at the 4-hour mark. Destroy that like button, guys. We've been at it for almost 4 hours. Yesterday we did almost a 7-hour live stream. I'm not sure how long this one will be. Let's see what kind of price action we get. I think we could get to 1K likes at some point, but it's a tough ask. It's a tough ask. Hi, Matsir. I just joined the Telegram. However, how do I join Weeks? Do you need to send me a link? You can basically, if you join the Telegram and you DM me the keywords CBM, you'll be greeted with an option. And one of those options, like at the top of the message, there's an option for weeks. So you click that link and join, or you could just click this link in the description down below, weeks down below here. And once you sign up, you go back to the Telegram, DM the keyword CBM, and then you say, I've already registered with your link, and you should be able to join by providing your UID from weeks. And then you're good to go. Okay, little bounce here. What are we thinking, guys? What are we thinking? Is the low in? Is the low in? Yeah, I want to see 66.9 as well. Just lost 1,000 on this dumb dump. I'm sorry, Neo WR. But if you just tuned into the stream, my man, I think most of us have been giga short. Oof, I just got a notification. Over 1,000 Bitcoins once again transferred from unknown wallet to Coinbase institutional wallet, presumably for selling. Would you ever trade BFB? I've never heard of that. Is that like a token? BFB. Bitcoin Friday futures. BFB. Weird one. Some of you guys have some weird like altcoins. I sold my truck and went short on Bitcoin at 80K. Wow. We're bouncing. We are bouncing. Hey, where do you get the notification from? This one was from CoinGlass. Yeah, someone made a valid point about potentially front running the point of control, and it looks okay here, guys. This is the first sign of life in a while. Now, what I would be looking at is if longs entered, and the answer is yes, some longs entered here. So if we go 15-minute chart, some longs have entered. Let's see. Let's see. Again, I'm not overly eager. I sold my wife's car for Bitcoin and I bought her a bicycle. Awesome. She must not be too pleased about that. Funding fee is still positive. I'm getting double paid to short. Yeah, man. Pretty sweet. For the liquidation chart, you can use this one. I like Mind Pillar. I'm working on this, guys. I'm working on this free tool with Mind Pillar Markets. We're doing a little bit of a collab, and we're creating one of the best possible tools. You guys can check it out. I have it in the description down below, down here. Tons of tools that I use for free. For free for now. Okay, we're getting a move. We're getting a move. We're getting a move. Give me a retest. Maybe I'm greedy maybe I don't get the long. Unbelievable. I do have to use the washroom, and every time I've gone to the washroom, Bitcoin has dumped. So maybe what I'll do is I'll go to the washroom quickly, and then we can dump, and then let's look at that, guys. Nice move to the upside. All right. Now if we backtest this as resistance, let's see. I'm gonna go to the washroom. Ugh. How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? You're in a 100x long. Sheesh. Looks okay. Looks okay. This is a nice move up. This is a nice move up. We just kind of front ran that point of control slightly. Slightly. But again, please keep your eyes on the previous 4-hour candle, right? Retests can occur with that kind of close. Hey, Matsir, cheers from Portugal. Keep up the awesome job as always. Thank you very much, Nuno Silva. I appreciate you. Yeah, Zcash is pumping. Yup. Pumping. We have a big degen group of longs, 100x leverage sitting at 70K. I really wanted to see 66.9. That's a good move, guys. That's a good, like, the candle, the way that this candle closed looks more impulsive than the long I took on yesterday's live stream. So this could stretch its legs a little bit. It could. Ah, we hit it on Coinbase, did we now? I should have done Coinbase spot. I always check that one as well. Man. Yeah. I usually always check Bybit and Coinbase, and this time around I didn't. So let's see how it looks. Below the golden pocket. It's just different, right? It doesn't give you the same. I usually use Bybit first. Yeah, I don't like that. Not helpful at all. Yeah, not the same for me. Kira Yagami. Chento would be up 500k by now. Guys, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Vision Pulsed Fat Boy says his charts are dead on, and he entered a long at $67,100. I know we can get caught up in the lower time frames, my friends, but let's please understand the price action that we got for quite some time now. We are in a bear market. And as a swing trader, I really do tend to just take my time with these things. If I miss, and I'm not particularly bothered if I ever miss opportunities, to be perfectly honest with you. But if you want to see the opportunities that I'm currently still in, these trades, and any new trades that I take as far as swing trading goes, because when we head lower, I will be looking for swing longs as well. Remember, you have the first link in the description down below. It's a free community. If you DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram, you're able to join. The only requirement is that you've signed up with one of my affiliate exchange links and you start trading on there as you'd normally do with your own capital. So we got a little bit of a bounce and now we just wait. Let's look at some comments, guys. I can't seem to see the volume. Can anyone else? Terry, it really depends. So you have to use an exchange ticker on TradingView. If you do, for example, Bitcoin USD, and you just do like the index, or sorry, not the index, Bitcoin USD crypto, this doesn't give you the option to have volume. And if the volume is missing, oops. If the volume is missing, you can go down here and just type volume. And you just click volume and you'll see the volume down below. And if you're talking about this volume, like this profile, you go here, forecasting and measurement tools, and you can find volume-based tools right here. What's the first resistance? We're actually into the first resistance, guys. We're looking at it. We're looking at it. Maybe the candle reverses. Let's see. It tapped perfectly at the point of control on the bluffing chart. Yeah. What I would recommend you guys to do is use, like, as long as you keep the same chart and you use that one for your analysis. So I've gotten in the habit of using the Bybit chart on TradingView, but I trade on Bluffin. And so as long as you stick to the charts and you don't go back and forth between too many of them, your analysis is totally fine. Yeah, Shah, this guy's self-promoting. Yeah, I will remove him right now. Gautam, yo, as I said multiple times, the reason I ignored your question is because you asked the question approximately 100 times. So the more you spam the question, the least likely I am to answer. It's to make it fair for everyone. I'm going through the chat, guys. So if you ask a question, I will try to get through it. But if you spam, good luck. Yeah, guys, stablecoin dominance is looking bullish as crap. Look at this. We've made this comparison on the channel before. I like to look at this because it tells us where the crypto market could be headed. Look, this is my analysis from yesterday. Look at that. This is we're gonna sweep the highs, guys. Over the course of this year, we're definitely going up. This is when Bitcoin created that 60K low, just for context. And the reason this is the case is because usually when you have this zone, you have like, this is a chart, right? You're looking at this chart. Objectively, if you didn't know what this chart was, what would you say? Is this chart bullish or bearish? It's a very, very bullish chart because this is prior resistance where we've tapped into it multiple times. So this is bullish. This chart is bullish. This is one of the most bullish charts you can imagine. Look at this. We created that bottom and we're off to the races. It's only a matter of time before this continues up. I like Bybit because honestly, I've gotten so accustomed to using it and I prefer it over Binance. Historically, it's been more accurate for me. So I look at what's going on that chart on TradingView, and then I go to my Bluffin account and I execute the trade. It's just, for my own analysis, I've used it. It's been historically most accurate for me. Bro, I lost my money. I don't know why. Tell me. I don't know, man. I mean, what a thing to say. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Binance, guys. Have you ever considered hosting a space on Twitter so your community can input their opinions on the market and hear your feedback, vice versa? That way you can engage in real time in conversation. No, but maybe I would consider it. Asking for the 89th time. Yeah, guys, sometimes I don't realize, because I've been on camera for so long, I just read the questions out loud. And then when I read it and I'm like perplexed as to what I'm reading, if I would have processed it before, I wouldn't have read the question on camera. I feel like I need some blue light glasses if I'm going to keep doing these long late night live streams. Harley, no sound. It should be good now. Should be good now. If you just refresh the stream, you should be fine. Yep, my long-term accumulation levels are indeed still in place. I like this candle, guys. Like the green candle that you see here. This could be the start of a little bit of maybe a more sustained move to the upside. So let's see. Let's see. But keep in mind, we are still downtrending, so you need to exercise a little bit of caution. Thank you for the comment, BS Ho BE. It is true. If you want to be in his community, just use his referral link. Why aren't people reading? I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I've always been transparent about that, guys. It takes like 3 seconds to sign up. Just make it your go-to exchange. This way, you're trading on a great exchange. You get access to my insights for free, and you also get the bonuses. So there's no harm. There's no harm in doing that. Otherwise, no worries. You just can watch the live stream, and hopefully we find some opportunities together. And let's see. Yeah, Zcash is doing really nice right now. Jay Beers, awesome live stream. I hope everyone had a good night trading. Peace out. Enjoy your evening, Jay Beers. Bro, where are you from? Which country? I am from Canada, but I live in Dubai. Do you use Market Cipher B? No, I do not. Bro, why don't you trade Forex? Because I prefer to trade crypto, and I don't need to trade Forex. Not a Forex guy. I might try to see, I think I have some blue light glasses somewhere. What are we looking at for the likes here? 448? Can we get to 500? I think it's possible. I think it's possible. Can't find them. Thank you for your insights, brother. My pleasure. What is the maximum amount of likes that you received on a stream? Legends. It was yesterday. So we did a Sailor was selling, everyone was hyped. We got 8,000 views yesterday. It was a great one. Obviously, these are cumulative views. And we got 662, including my own. So this was a 6-hour and 50-minute live stream. We'll beat it at some point. I just don't, unless we get crazy price action now, I don't know if tonight's going to be the night. It's hard back to back like that, guys. It's tough. Like I said, I woke up 11 hours after I went to bed. You get tired. Bro, if a trader wants to settle in Dubai, can you guide me a little? Which visa should he apply for, and what is the best option for long-term residence in Dubai? The best option would be to, well, there's different ways you can go about it, but the best option would be to essentially set up your own business in Dubai, and then you can get your visas in that way. The only thing is to set up the business. When I first set up my business here, it was, I think the original cost, like to set everything up, was like 15K or something like that. But there are ways to pay way less than that. I just wanted to do it in, the official manner. There's different ways that you can do it. But that's the best way to do it. And then yeah, then you're effectively good to go. If you want the golden visa, that requires different things like potential investment, or you're already coming to the country with tons of capital, or you can get a freelancer visa to start, as Archie just shared. Exactly. Enjoying a nice vacation in Italy, watching this and earning back your stay with a Bitcoin short. Life is good. My man, using his Bitcoin short to pay for vacations. Oh yeah. Yeah, it does kind of look like we could start dumping again. That's why I'm saying you want to be very careful. Hi, where are you planning to spend time on your next birthday? My birthday, I'm a December baby, so I haven't even thought about it. William Sadler, my man, is in the house. How's it going, Matt? I'm doing well, William. How are you? Sweep and go. Can we get the high or low? Let's see, guys. Let's see. That first candle, like that second green candle there, is promising for Bitcoin. I am not in a trade currently. It is crazy fast how fast this year has gone. Guys, I know that sometimes my trading does not please a lot of people because I don't take that many positions, but if you want to see the positions that I take in this market, you know where to find me, guys. First link in the description down below. DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram, and you'll be able to join my private group. I'll share that link in the chat right now. Bitcoin is dropping a little bit, but we're trying to hold up here. We just about hit that 50%. Trying to get a little bit of a bounce. If there's a recession, Bitcoin will probably go below 40K. Austin, to answer your question. Depends. The thing is, markets, it's the fact that markets are dumping. Markets dump before that recession call. By the time they confirm that, oh, yeah, it's a recession, the market has already probably bottomed out. That's usually what happens. because it's asset prices that cause this supposed recession. I'll answer your question, my man, before you go to bed. I'm reading the chat here. If 2027 stocks fall, does Bitcoin also fall, or Bitcoin has to form a bottom and capitulate to the upside? I don't think that we're going to see like an extended period of falling in 2027. It's not my base case. I think that in this year, we'll probably see Bitcoin continue to drop. Maybe we'll get a couple more relief rallies. And if stocks start to show weakness, let's say we get a 10 to 20% correction on stocks, that would line up with Bitcoin dumping massively and probably forming that bear market low around that zone. And then I think we're probably going to resume an uptrend again. The Aussies are in for a surprise. What exchange do you use for future trading? Guys, I use Bluffin. If it wasn't abundantly clear, I have been talking about them and I've been using them for a very, very long time. So I use Bluffin, but I also use other ones like 2bit, Weeks, BTCC. These are great options if you can't access Bluffin. One of these should work for you. I'm also in a Bitcoin short on Weeks. I'm not going to talk about Humanity Coin, whatever the heck that is. And Solana, I think that Solana is cooked. Due to recent events, is now a good time to consider Dubai, as perhaps costs are down to encourage people returning? Yes, yes, and yes. I have a buddy of mine that is actually currently just living in a hotel. He was looking for a new place, and instead he's staying in a gorgeous hotel for a crazy discounted rates until they probably start increasing the rates again as more people come. So yes, the answer to that question is yes. I like that you trade both sides of the market, even though being comfortable in a short trade. Yeah, that's trading, right? Again, the main reason why I look for a long here is because let's say the price goes up. Let's say the price from here bounces to the mid 70s even. Like we get a nice move to the upside. Ideally, if I would have taken this trade, and let's say it stems from here, it's nice because when I think that the long has hit its completion point, I take most of the profits. Then you keep both trades open, because on the higher time frame, I still think that Bitcoin is going lower, even if we get some more relief to the upside. So it's a good way to play it because you can make money in both directions while still having your higher time frame analysis in check. How is hype holding up? Oh, price discovery is a beautiful thing. Bro, what's your base case scenario for bear market bottom? Because even retail is waiting for 50 to 48K. Do you really think Bitcoin will bottom out on that price where everyone is expecting on? I mean, the answer is no, right? I think that by the time we hit those prices, most people will be disinterested in crypto. I also think that maybe we bottom out before then. There's a chance. Maybe we have less of a drawdown, or we go even further than what people are expecting. So the idea is you're never going to time the perfect bottom. You DCA in. That's what I'm personally going to be doing. What's the name of the stablecoin chart? What's the name of the stablecoin dominance chart. How can I find that on TradingView? Guys, Bitcoin looks good here. Just wanted to tell you guys, it looks nice. Unless this candle retraces. Let's see. The name of the stablecoin chart, you have to make it yourself. So you have to do USDT plus USDC dominance. So this. Here. Let me help you out. I just sent it in the chat. If you paste that on TradingView, it should work. Last cycle, people were expecting 20K and it went to 13K. Bro, tell me about your biggest profit and biggest loss. How much, if you don't mind? I've lost 6 figures before. I think it was last year with an Ethereum position. No. And I think my biggest ever public trade might be this short. Because I made a few hundred K on the way up when I longed Bitcoin at the like 80K lows. I think it might be this one, guys. This might be my biggest ever P&L trade. Tiago Costa, look, I'm personally going to start DCAing when we get to sub 60K, but I add more the more we go down. The only issue with that is you have to remember that I have Bitcoin exposure. So I'm going to be patient in terms of, like, I will deploy a crap ton of capital if we go to 40K. If a lot of people that are messaging me and that are commenting on the YouTube channel, it's clear that they don't have any Bitcoin exposure. And so in that scenario, you need to have a different strategy than I have, because I'm comfortable with how I'm holding my spot from the previous bear market lows. I'm not going to answer the question of did you go long, because, like, guys, if you're watching the live stream, you know the answer to that, right? Can we consider this the final low for now, because Bitcoin dropped this much, but it's holding there, and the only chart that looks and it looks bullish on the 4 hour, does it? I mean, what if we're looking at a scenario like this, my friends? That's why I'm not that eager. Yesterday I was locked in for the long, took it, made profits, and then we got stopped out in profits at break even overnight. Let's go up. William Sadler, yes, my towel short has been exited for quite some time, my friend. Yeah, I mean, if stocks break out, stocks are melting up. We're playing a bit of catch up here, guys. We're doing well. We got this. Let's bump it up. Let's get to number 1, guys. I'm sharing the link again. We gotta win this trading competition. No, we can't. Like, I'm not gonna give you an opinion on Ondo, guys. I think that alts as a whole will probably bleed. AI and chip stocks are going bananas. Yep. Yeah, guys. Hope you guys took profits on the long if you did. Bro, I don't know why. I feel like Dubai is an overrated country like Paris. First of all, Dubai and Paris are not countries. Um, and if you've never been to Dubai, then I don't think you could call it overrated, to be honest. Do you regret anything in your life? I try not to. Everything in life happens for a reason. Stocks need to break all-time highs for Bitcoin to get that sustained move, I think. Otherwise, if we bleed back for stocks, Bitcoin is coming right back to the lows. Guys, the RSI maybe in the more long term can have an impact, but like the reality is it's very much like lagging. Like it's the RSI can stay overbought or oversold for way longer than most people think. I hardly use it for my analysis. Hardly. The funding rate is positive now, and like not even just a little bit. Like it's actually interesting that we're having a positive. Yeah. Dubai is a network hub for winners. Only people complain are the ones who go for vacation and don't make connections. Yeah, I would tend to agree. There's a lot of winners here. Um, I'm still in shock that another grown man called you handsome yesterday morning. I don't know how to feel about that. I mean, I feel pretty good. I appreciate it. Dumpy. Dump. Da, 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 dump. Bitcoin 60K by the end of the month. I actually think there's a good chance. Yep. Yep, there's a good chance. The question is, do we get a bounce to the mid 70s first? So in midterm years, what usually happens is, look, we're coming back towards the middle here. Bitcoin's price action typically follows a downtrend in midterm years, and that's what we're seeing. We got a little bit overheated, and now we're coming right back into where we normally are. Makes complete sense. And actually, Bitcoin would have to dump more for that to be the case, for us to really get lower. A prominent exchange is offering 200K in capital to do prop trading. First, I take an eval. What is the prop trading? So prop trading allows you to use more money than, it lets you use the exchange's money. Now, to get that money, you have to pass evaluations. And sometimes the evaluations are a little bit tricky to pass. They impose some rules that don't allow you to have a certain amount of drawdown. Otherwise, you have to buy another account. But it is an interesting option for people that don't have as much capital. I talked about it again. I need to share it with you guys in the description. I do have an affiliate link with a prop firm. I just don't, I always forget because I'm thinking of people that are trading with their own money, but I guess some of you, there's some prop firms where basically you can pay $1,000 to get the account and to get access to that account, which gives you $100,000 or to $200,000 depending on which prop firm. You just have to pass a couple of evaluations, and then you get access to like 200K in capital for paying $1,000 for that. So yeah, I know some friends, sometimes it takes a few tries to pass, but I know some friends that had like $10,000, $20,000, and they spent $3,000 to $4,000, and they finally passed one of the prop firms, and then they had access to 200K in capital. So it's interesting, definitely interesting. Every bounce dumps, yet funding rate is positive. Yeah, that's something to pay attention to for sure. 60K in the next few hours. Let's see, guys. Dumps, yet funding rate is positive. 480 likes? Let's get to 500. I think we could do this. Do you think alts can dump bad like last cycle, even though it performs well this cycle? And what's your personal spot accumulation? Yeah, I think that, look, I think alts have already dumped massively against Bitcoin. Does that mean it's time to buy? Not necessarily. But what it does mean is that maybe the pain will be a little bit less because most alts are already down 80%, 90%. Hey guys, we talked about Bitcoin dominance already on the stream. Are you anti-Solana, Matt? Did I hear you earlier? I'm not anti-Solana. I just, look, we had a phenomenal run for Solana, and I don't think it's going to happen again to that extent from the last bear market low to the bull market top. So I'd rather look at other opportunities. Can it still run if the rest of the market runs? Sure. But the main thing that ran Solana up so much is its use case with pump fund and these kinds of things. So I don't think that it's necessarily going to perform as well in the next cycle. That's why I'm less interested. Pretty interesting 1 hour close for Bitcoin, guys. Legends, I have to say that yesterday's live stream is taking a toll on me. So I think I'm going to cut this one. We've done it. We've almost 5 hours today. If you want to see how I'm operating in terms of my trades, as always, I update my premium group. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. If you DM me the keywords CBM on Telegram, it is free. You'll be able to join my group so you don't miss any updates when I take my trades. And we are starting to climb up this bluffing competition. So I'll share that link in the description down below before we wrap things up. And that's that for today's updates. If you enjoyed the content, as always, make sure to smash that like button and subscribe. Look for a potential sweep of these lows. If I see a sweep, perhaps I will enter a trade, but I'll only share it in my community, obviously, because I won't be live anymore. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the live stream. We'll be looking for some new opportunities, and I'll see you in the next one.